everyone. Good morning. Good morning from Chicago, where we're live at KubeCon here, Cloud Native Con here in Chicago. It's been a great show. Some interesting announcements, interesting goings-on. It's always great to catch up with people like this gentleman here. I haven't seen probably since our last KubeCon, right?
Was not since the last, Amsterdam. Yeah.
Very cool. For those who don't know him, this is Dan Garfield. Dan is the Chief Open Source Officer, co-founder at CodeFresh.
That's right, yeah.
As well as kind of a you're not a maintainer, but one of the
I'm an Argo maintainer, yeah.
You are a maintainer for Argo, which, is probably one of the, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but from what I see in talking to people and seeing stuff, Argo is probably becoming one of the most fast growing, as well as kind of influential kind of open source projects within the many CNCF projects.
We just graduated last year, Argo, and we now have the third most contributors of all CNCF projects.
That's kind of
like
what
Kubernetes,
I'm saying.
OpenTelemetry, and Argo are right there, yeah.
Right, and that's huge. I mean, I remember doing I think it was the first Argo Con.
Yeah,
right?
Well, Techstrong TV. I was telling these guys, you guys did all the technical stuff for the first ArgoCon.
Absolutely, we helped produce it.
We had 6,000 registrants, and it went so smooth. I was super impressed. So you guys have that Argo DNA too.
Yeah, we do. We were right there when it started, and we still do those conferences if you're interested. But anyway, now, of course, at KubeCon, Monday of KubeCon week is always 0 day.
Yeah.
They call it. No security implications. But it's always kind of zero conf day, let's call it that, where all of the individual projects and some of the vendors put on the, kind of satellite conferences. So ArgoCon is in person at KubeCon. It's not virtual.
That's right, yeah.
And it was this Monday.
Yeah, and so what was interesting about this event, because this is now the fourth ArgoCon, the third in-person one. You guys did the first one, which was virtual. Can't remember why we were only doing virtual events. Not important.
No, me either.
But this one at ArgoCon, for the first time, probably 80% of the audience were new users.
Really?
And
that's fantastic.
The previous ones were all like, these are the people, they're all using it every day. This one was suddenly like, everybody's like, we got to use Argo, we got to deploy using Argo CD, we got to get into Argo rollouts. And so the community growth was really interesting, really exciting. And then we've also seen this ecosystem sprouting up around Argo, where we have more companies saying, look, we want to support what you're doing, we want to have interoperability, we want to have exposure for Argo to our users. So that's been really cool, really exciting, and that community is just growing really quickly. And we graduated, we've passed all our security stuff, worked really hard on that, and now it's just adoption.
I love it. It's good stuff, man. Dan, I'm thinking maybe some people out here aren't familiar with Argo, though, like what it does.
Yeah, so Argo has 4 tools. There's Argo Workflows, which is the workflow engine for Kubernetes. There's Argo Events, which is for eventing off of Kubernetes objects, Kubernetes events and triggering things. Argo CD, which is for GitOps deployments, and Argo Rollouts, which is for progressive delivery. So they can be used by themselves, they can be used together, and that kind of independent motion has been a big part of the success for Argo. And so there was a lot of, last year, I think there was a lot of, is it going to be Argo CD? Is it going to be a different tool? And that debate is pretty much over. It's basically like 60, 70% of the market now has moved to Argo CD. So it's kind of clearly taken the winning spot. And the next step here is getting the rest, so we're kind of moving through that adoption curve, right? So with the CNCF, we just released a survey where we looked at users and why they aren't adopting GitOps, what's slowing them down, and everybody basically said, we're all in the process of adopting GitOps, and the number one challenge that we have is just getting everybody trained.
Really?
Yeah.
So training's it.
So training's in. So I don't know if you know, we do a GitOps certification.
Yes.
We have over 21,000 students since we launched it.
That's beautiful.
It's gone totally nuts.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And that is through Argo, not through CodeFresh?
That's through CodeFresh. Yeah, that's through CodeFresh, yeah.
Well, that's traditional open source business model, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Training and support. But you said something that I was looking for you to say, otherwise I was going to say it, and that is, for folks out there who are not familiar with Argo, for all intents and purposes, when people talk about GitOps today, and GitOps is a very popular topic, Argo is the GitOps tool of choice.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's probably the leading GitOps solution out there. So if you've heard the term GitOps, you're looking at something like that, do check it out. And Dan, for people maybe aren't familiar with the website, is it Argo?
Google Argo project. It's like argoproj.github.io.
Okay.
And obviously, if you go to codefresh.io, we have all the resources there and the links and everything there. So that's maybe a more direct path, but
very cool. Yeah, you can get it there too. All right, let's pivot over to CodeFresh now.
Yeah. So we just announced last week, we live streamed this and we're showing it off at the conference this week, the ability to manage multiple environments with Argo and to create application promotion. So in the whole application lifecycle, we're committing our code, we've got our builds figured out, we've got Argo CD to deploy things, but figuring out the relationship for how I promote changes from dev, QA, to staging to production, or from Europe to Europe West, Europe East, Asia, whatever, that is kind of the missing piece that everybody has been having to reinvent for themselves. So we just announced and launched support for environments where you can model out your environments, you can model out the promotion of how changes move between different environments, and you can do diffs between environments, and for the funsies, you can drag and drop a promotion.
Really?
So you can look at QA, you can see all your versions, and you can grab it and drag it over. And it's not a UI change. It'll open a pull request, it'll open a commit, and so it's fully GitOps driven.
Nice piece of work there.
That's like a pattern we're seeing, is like UIs driving GitOps, where, Git is the back-end data store for this stuff, and that's where the audit log lives, so a UI to help you do it, it's pretty helpful.
I think back to when I first heard the word GitOps.
Yeah.
Was it during COVID, or was it before COVID already, you think?
It was the coin was termed before COVID by Alexis Richardson from Weaveworks.
Sure, that's right. You're right. And we've had her on back then.
Oh yeah. So he coined the term, and then we said, okay, let's have like principles, like a definition of what this thing is. Otherwise, it becomes like DevOps, right? Where it's like, is that DevOps? Is it not DevOps? Oh my gosh, let's not. So CodeFresh, Weaveworks partnered up with Azure, GitHub, Red Hat.
Yep.
And we had about 120 different companies participate in the creation of the GitOps principles.
Yep.
So now it's like a codified standard under the CNCF. It's called Open GitOps, and that's like driving that. Okay, now we know what it is.
What it is. We put it. It's defined.
It's defined. Now we can work on getting there with Argo, with CodeFresh.
So that's one of the. I was talking to someone about this the other day. One of the craziness about DevOps was that it was never truly defined on purpose.
That's why it keeps dying.
Yeah, exactly. But you can't kill it.
No, it's like DevOps is dead. This is the new DevOps.
Is that DevOps? No, that's not. That's the old. This DevOps too. So's that. It's funny. I actually had this conversation with Patrick Dubois and John Willis and some of the other DevOps people. Is what it is. I'm not gonna say right or wrong. I just But I asked me if you had to do it all over, would you? Absolutely not. They're really happy with how it came out. Yeah. But I also think you can't duplicate that. That was kind of a lightning in
a bottle. Yeah, no, that's true. And I think with GitOps, the nice thing about it is that it does have just kind of a core root where it's like, hey, we do know what needs to happen, and there's a ton of flexibility in it.
Sure is.
You don't actually even need to use Git. You can use any version, immutable data store.
Repository or version store.
Technically, with the way the spec is written, you can use Google Sheets as your
Really?
source of truth because it's versioned and immutable.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, I don't necessarily recommend that, but like that flexibility.
Google Sheet Ops.
Yeah, that future proofs it. Yeah,
That's
Sheet Ops,
scalable.
that's right. Yeah,
That's scalable.
that's right.
Excellent. Let me ask you something. For people who want to get more information about the new CodeFresh capabilities,
Yeah.
though, and we're watching this, they're not here. Just go to CodeFresh. Where do they look up?
Codefresh.io, we just put up a blog post detailing all the new features, how it works, showing off that spec, how that works, showing how the drag and drop works, and it will link to a video where you can watch it all in
really?
action,
Very
you
cool.
can see it. So that's the way to
You
go.
guys are doing a great job, man.
Yeah, we're busy, man. We keep
Sounds
busy.
like it, as always. Dan, I know we kind of pulled you in early before the festivities here today. I want to thank you. It's always a pleasure to see you
Yeah,
here.
thank you, Alan.
If nothing else, we'll see you in Paris.
Yes.
All right. Dan Garfield, Chief Open Source Officer, co-founder CodeFresh, maintainer at Argo. We're live in Chicago. We've got some friends from Dell Technologies up next, so stand by. We're bringing them in. Hi, everyone. Hey, we're back here live in Chicago, KubeCon, Cloud Native Con, day 2, continuing our coverage. We've got some great people lined up to bring you today. We started just now with Dan Garfield from Argo and CodeFresh, and my next guest is my friend Brad Meltzer.
Maltz.
I screwed this up. He's my friend, and why do I think Meltzer?
I don't know. Good New York name.
No, I knew a Richard Meltzer.
There you go.
I'll tell you a great story about him off camera. He was a tech entrepreneur, a miserable failure of a tech entrepreneur.
Okay.
His wife, though, invented the things, you know how that you got holes in Crocs?
Yes.
His
Oh, the
wife
plugs.
invented the things that go into those holes. He closed down his venture-backed startup. His wife sold those to Crocs, and they've lived happily ever after.
I don't hope he's watching this.
Richard Meltzer. He's from Boulder, Colorado. Hey, man, how are you, Meltzer? Anyway, that took me down a rat's nest. Brad, excuse me. Brad is with us. Actually, shout out, right? Dell Technologies is sponsoring our broadcast this year from KubeCon again, as they did in Amsterdam last year. And a large part of it is due to Brad. Brad is a director.
Senior director of the DevOps portfolio and DevRel.
There you said it. Now, a lot of you may be asking at home, wow, I didn't know Dell was involved in DevOps and DevRel or in CNCF.
Yep.
I got a Dell, right? I got a Dell box, I got a Dell server and stuff like that. But there's more to today's Dell than the boxes. So Brad, I don't want to embarrass you, but I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Go for it.
Talk to us about, I want everyone at home to understand what your group does and how involved you are, not just in CNCF, but in the DevOps community, the DevRel community.
Yeah, so basically over the past year and a half, we've been making sure to kind of expand our community outreach, specifically around the DevOps stuff. When I took over the role in product management to help kind of further our container strategy, our infrastructure as code strategy, we did realize that we needed a DevRel-like function to help kind of expand our community outreach, our advocacy back into Dell. And the reason for that is, what a lot of people don't know is, I mean, we play across the entire ecosystem of CNCF.
Absolutely.
Right? We bring containers and Kubernetes solutions to market. We play in the AI/ML space, the security spaces. We're enabling ecosystems around us with our technology. So because of that, having DevRel was extremely important. We spun up podcasts. We have what we call our DevOps Dispatch, which we're actually recording here at CNCF, and you can get that on YouTube and Spreaker. We have developer.dell.com, which we relaunched last year, and now it's kind of taken off, hands-on labs and blogs and a whole bunch of stuff on there. So for us, the evangelism is important, but the advocacy for our end users is more important back into Dell.
Got it. You know, so we talked about I don't want to use the word infrastructure, but the infrastructure of how you're reaching out.
Infrastructure matters.
Absolutely. But I want people at home to understand that behind that infrastructure, though, is real solutions.
Exactly.
Right? Because that's part of the whole Dell Technologies thing, is it's solutions. It's not just a PR marketing kind of, though we see it here on the show floor and the podcast and all these things. Let's talk about the solutions.
So I mean, a great example is, and this show is actually a big one for us, we just recently have launched our Apex Cloud platforms, and we did one with Azure Stack. We just did one with Red Hat with OpenShift, and that's actually one of the big things here. Yeah. And what you're going to see more and more of from us is the ability to take our compute with our storage, our networking, integration with our ecosystem partners, but give you more of that easy button experience, give you more of the turnkey experience, or even the DIY. We've always been good at the DIY.
Yeah, that's Dell's DNA.
But right now, can we get you more of those easy buttons, right? And that's exactly where something like ACP for Red Hat here is. If you just want to be able to get OpenShift up and running from the factory as quickly as possible with the least amount of hands as possible, you're looking at things like our solutions like ACP. And the trick is, when you look at solutions, are they just white papers, ref arcs, which are really valuable to certain people? Or is it a factory delivered end-to-end platform experience that delivers that cloud-like experience, the developer experience on top of the infrastructure plus plus.
And that, guys, you know, let's not minimize that. That makes life a lot easier. I mean, you know, I think back to the first DockerCon. Well, it wasn't the first, but it was the first one in Austin. Because before that, DockerCon was in Seattle.
Right.
This is going back a while. And I saw Kubernetes there. I think it was maybe 0.8 was the release. You know, it was
early.
It was early. I came home because at the time we hadn't launched Cloud Native now. And before that, it was Container Journal. We hadn't launched it yet. We were still coming up with the names. And we were toying around with names with Docker in it, which would have been a mistake because that's a whole, well, on multiple levels. But I came home and told the team, I said, look, everybody at DockerCon is talking about this thing called Kubernetes, but it's never going to catch on. It's so goddamn hard. I don't know how anyone would use it.
Why didn't bet on that?
Well, this is why I still work and I'm not retired, Brad. Yeah. Another brilliant insight from Alan Schimmel. But so now, you know, with that being said, I'll stand by my original point. Kubernetes is still hard.
Yes.
It is. I don't care. You know, I'll work till I die, I guess, but
Kubernetes
it's hard.
is hard, and I think so. Kubernetes hit a maturity point, right?
Right.
So definitely, it won.
No doubt.
Everybody needs it.
Yep.
It's leading the cloud native application kind of, you know, abstraction battle, so it's there. But that doesn't mean you don't need to be a jack of all trades to be able to understand all the nuances in the abstraction, and you basically have to be able to operate everything under the covers of Kubernetes to make Kubernetes work properly.
Absolutely.
So what is the real long-term easy button? That's, I think, an open question right now for Kubernetes. Opportunity.
Absolutely. I don't want to get controversial. Maybe the easy button is something other than Kubernetes.
That is always a potential.
Yeah. But let's get back to our point here, though. So now you get like Red Hat OpenShift, right? Red Hat OpenShift is probably, I guess, the most, or certainly in top two, Kubernetes platforms, if you will. You know, if you're using Kubernetes. And it's still a little hard, right? I mean, you could go download it from Red Hat and
you can get it
have at
running,
it,
but you still got to have some knowledge behind it to do the basics.
But this is where the easy button comes in.
Yes.
And also I want to make clear, when we talk about this easy button, a lot of people say, look, why do I get it from Dell? I don't want hardware. I'm hosting it in the cloud.
But are you? That's the question. So when people talk about, you know,
I wouldn't have asked you if it was me.
Okay. With cloud, it's always, you have the super easy button in the public cloud. They've done an amazing job there. But you got to deal with things like egress fees. You got to deal with things like, you know, costs for ongoing costs for a lot of services behind that. And at some point, people start to become cost conscious. So that's one angle that you deal with. Second angle, in this new AI world that we're now officially in as of 2023, you do start to wonder, where's your data living? Where do you want your data to live? And you got the governance, compliance side of it. Not security as much, but it's more the ownership governance. And we're seeing a lot of people say, you know what? With all those GPUs, there's a cost and a governance angle to hosting it in my data center, in a colo, cloud adjacent and cloud aware.
Yep.
So that's where I see things like ACP for Red Hat 100% making sense.
I agree with you 100%. I think there's another angle here, though, and that is this. Unless you're really in it, you may not realize this, but Kubernetes on bare metal, Kubernetes in a data center, not in the public cloud, has always been a big component of the Kubernetes footprint.
Yes.
Everybody just assumed, puts the words cloud native and Kubernetes cloud native, that it's all in the big three clouds, right?
Yep.
Well, even beyond Oracle, IBM, and the rest, but there's always been a Kubernetes on-prem.
There always has been, and there always will be.
Will be. And I
think it's going to grow.
Right. Well, I think for the reasons you've outlined, right? People are worried about control. They are worried about compliance. They are worried about, how's AI playing all this and cost containment and FinOps and everything else. So I think that, again, is an insight that if you're not really kind of wired into the Kubernetes community, you don't recognize.
Yeah.
Excellent. Let's talk about the show a little bit. So you guys are podcasting here live, as you said.
Yep.
But what about like conversations? I don't know. I heard today there's maybe up to 8 to 10,000 people, something like
Feels
that.
like that. Yep.
Conversations with people. What are you hearing? What are you seeing?
A lot of the conversations right now are actually, so I've had a lot of AI discussions, which
so do we.
I mean, I expected it, but they're kind of interesting because they're not just about how do I build AI things, it's how do I use AI operationally. And I think that's the nuance that I'm seeing kind of the CNCF, maybe in the forward-looking view of the world, is how do we apply AI in the operational side of things like Kubernetes and security and all that. That's been a handful, if not a large percentage of conversations. There's always, actually the easy button thing, honestly, that's probably one of the biggest things. People are just, they don't have enough skills out there. And actually, one of the other things is platform engineering. So one of the things you can see on my shirt, right, we have this. This is our logo that we have here is at Amsterdam, we kind of have this DevOps operating model yin yang where dev and ops have to play well together, cats and dogs have to come and be nice. Well, enter platform engineering, and these folks building the platforms that are like products inside of the end user environment, they need to adopt and embrace the DevOps operating model in their world. Platform engineering has been one of the buzzwords that I think has been a big conversation for us here as well.
Absolutely. Hey, just a quick plug for Techstrong, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
On the topic of operationalizing AI, we actually, I mentioned to you off camera, we did this hackathon about 2 months ago at our office with some of the founders of the DevOps movement around operationalizing AI. And we recorded it. We recorded all the sessions. And we've just about got done editing now to make it manageable. And it'll be out on Techstrong TV, I think in the next week or so. So if operationalizing AI is something you're into, go check that out. Edited, created totally by our Techstrong video team and starring some really cool people. So
that's awesome.
Looking to hear that about it. All right, enough of my own plugs. Brad, what else you got for us?
I mean, right now, I think it's just an exciting time to be in CNCF, in the community, in the industry, right? I mean, what's interesting, I had seen, funny enough, a meme that popped up in one of my social media threads. It talked about, over like 2,000 years, the acceleration was like the horse and buggy to the horse and buggy, and everything was very flat. And all of a sudden, the last 100, 150 years, acceleration is taking, right now, it feels like this year and the past 1 or 2 years, technology is accelerating at such a fast rate that we as an industry, can we keep up with it skills-wise and people-wise and career-wise? I feel like going into the next few years, we're definitely going to have this skills challenge, and I think that's one thing that I'm going to be focusing on a lot is how do we enable the industry as technology just keeps evolving around us? I think that's a big thing personally for me.
So I will tell you, I'm a little older than you. A little. I don't disagree with you, except I think it's even bigger than, it's not just about this industry.
Yep.
I think the kinds of changes we're seeing now is almost akin to when the internet first went public, right? So this is how I divide things. There are technology innovations that have a profound impact on the technology industry.
Right.
I'll give you a perfect example, the cloud. The cloud changed a lot of how we do tech, right? I mean, your grandma may say, "Where's your pictures, Grandma?" And she says, "They're in the cloud." But it really, whether they were in the cloud or in the server closet or whatever, didn't make a difference to Grandma. But it made a difference to us in this industry. We had to know about cloud security and deployments and everything that goes along with cloud. And it kind of rocked our world. Then there are technology innovations that rock civilization.
Yes.
The internet rocks civilization. Think about life before the internet. it's
Cell
a very
phones.
different cell phones, rock
Another big one.
civilization. So there are things that transcend technology markets, and I think we're in one of those layers right now where things like AI, and quite frankly, look, quantum is going to be real.
At some point,
Next
it's just going
3
to
years.
magically happen to everybody.
Boom.
Yeah.
I read an article last week, the very first time they broke RSA 256
Yeah, I saw that.
with quantum. That's crazy stuff.
Yeah.
If you're not up on it out there. But I feel like all of these things are converging
Yep.
to create another civilization changing. And it couldn't come at a better time because God knows we need it.
We do. AI is, I'm with you, AI is going to be the next, it's not even going to be, it is the next thing.
Yeah.
And one last note on that for me, it's when we talk about in product management and Dell Technologies land, like our end users are people, not anymore. The end users of our technology might actually be the
machines.
AI. So we
Yeah.
have to figure out what is the personality of an AI in the future. There's a
And
lot
what
of
is
things
the
to
AI
think about.
wanting and looking for?
That's it.
Nuts. All right. Hey, Brad, you know what we didn't mention? Hey, people want to go visit the website. What's the URL?
Obviously at Dell.com, we have developer.dell.com now. So
Okay.
please focus on developer.dell.com. Go there, you get all the latest events, newsletters, sign up, hands-on labs, you name it. And you can reach out to me on LinkedIn. And if you have any questions, we'll help you out.
Fantastic. All right, we are live here in Chicago. We're going to be back with our next guest in a second at KubeCon. Go check out developer.dell.com, and many thanks to Dell Technologies for sponsoring us here at KubeCon. We'll be back in a minute. So that's a true story. Hey there, everybody. Welcome back to Chicago to KubeCon 2023. We are on day 2 of our live streaming on Techstrong TV across all of our sites, DevOps.com, Security Boulevard, Techstrong.tv, and Cloud Native Now. So we've got more great interviews. Alan's just finished a couple, and I'm teed up now with Amit Govrin. Nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you.
And you are with, say the name?
Kubia AI.
Kubia AI. Okay. That's a lot of syllables there, but okay. I'm just kidding.
We do this on purpose to confuse.
You know what? Once you hear it, it's unique, right? You remember those.
100%.
Exactly. Okay, so I know you talked with us before, and we've talked about IDPs, and it's a really kind of fast-growing area, right? Everybody's focused
Absolutely.
on how do we help developers, platform engineers, the people all working together to kind of make lives easier, self-service, that kind of thing. Portals and all of that. I know you had some announcements recently. Talk about that, but maybe kind of set it up of what you all do and why that's a little different.
Sure. I think maybe to take one step back, one of the things that I think a lot of companies in the industry, including ourselves, are doing is how to create a better exchange between the developers and the DevOps, the operators on one side, developers on the other hand, where you have the golden path towards productivity. IDPs, internal developer platforms, have been known, Backstage being kind of the primary leader in this space, to unlock a lot of productivity. One of the things that we at Kubia have discovered, and this is what we've tried to essentially address, is the self-service is only as good as the interaction between the users and the tools. And where often it does break down is on the fact that it's a one-directional exchange between the user and the tool. If you fail on authentication, fail on permission, don't know the variables you need to pass, or anything just doesn't work as expected, you have a question, you have to go back into a Jira ticket queue in order to go and to essentially get assistance from a human being. So what has come to fruition the last year, obviously ChatGPT, doing the market education for this, is conversational AI, having a two-directional exchange between machines and humans. We've married these two worlds together. We've created that exchange between your users, developers and operators, with the tools in a way where you can have a full-on conversation with it. You can go and spin up a Kubernetes deployment. It will ask you how many replicas. You can scale it up, scale it down. You can have query your Jira ticket queue, for example, and ask it questions about who owns what, where they're assigned, creation, notating, anything that you would be able to do as a human. Only in this case, you're just having a conversation, because imagine having on the other side someone like Fred, John, Bob on the on-call channel having a conversation with you. We're replacing that with a virtual assistant.
So replacing the virtual assistant model.
Yeah.
It sounds like also you were maybe describing, if I got this right, that the developer technical staff can interface through ChatGPT to say, the nice thing about ChatGPT is you can talk to it like a programming language, just in conversational logic, right? I want you to create this for me with blah, blah, blah. Is that part of what you're saying? You can kind of give it instructions or requests?
One minor repetition, we're not using ChatGPT.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's a ChatGPT-like experience. It's probably the best way to anchor people to
I jumped that.
Yeah, which is fine. We're using about 8 different language models, both large and small. We're actually using conversational AI piece with GPT-4 for Azure, just kind of a FYI, but that's separate. The experience is ChatGPT-like, only here it's your tools, your programs, your scripts, essentially a personalized IDP, if you may, for each and every persona in the organization, each and every individual in the organization.
Okay. So are you using generative AI, large language models underneath, or that's just the experience that you're delivering with whatever technology?
Certainly, so large language models are giving that natural exchange, essentially the benefits of large language models and the generative piece we're using it, but we're also harnessing it and scaffolding it with rule-based systems, with sound engineering practices. So that's how you get the benefit of an expected outcome on one hand. Our users would expect an expected outcome. Essentially, it has to be deterministic what they'd get on the other end.
I'm glad you said that, because I was getting kind of thinking down the ChatGPT line.
it's nice, but you don't get the same response. Same outcome is not necessarily guaranteed to be consistent, to be accurate. So it makes sense on the back end, the scaffold.
And there's permissioning and rule-based systems in place to harness the LLM to function the way you would expect it to.
Very nice. So you talked about the developer experience, and I totally get the cognitive dissonance between I'm working in my IDE and doing my developer thing, and then I got to go to this ticketing system or go to some a weird kind of operating portal that wasn't built for developers, but I still got to use it.
Maybe it is, but it's only as good as how it's been upkept, maintained, or what you've actually input into there. So you still have to go into program it to act the way you expect it to.
Well, and it's part of the flow too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I might not know all 10 answers to all 10 questions at the start of the interaction, but I need to get it started and then finish it at some point in the process. So, but it's about in the flow of the developer work, not I'm a form, fill me out, right?
100%.
Great. Well, so the announcement then, summarize again for us, because I kind of stepped on it with the GPT stuff.
Yeah, no, it's fine. So we came out last year actually with our initial platform, which was more resembling next generation of workflow automation, because it was more so to get people connected to the world of conversational AI into the world of IDPs, right? Where we took it from there, and especially with the evolution of large language models, is an agent-based approach where we're using different models and different agents trained on different models in order to map out effectively different functions within a transaction, almost like a human brain and the lobes interacting with each other. So when you go and interact with the system, depending on how you approach it, it could be show me how I do something, say set up a VPN, that may be in your docs. So we're using RAG techniques, obviously, to go into train on your knowledge base. But if you're going to go and run a query against a data source or a database, or maybe show me all my JIRA tickets for a current sprint for a certain, that's a different language model that's interacting with you. And then if you're going to go and create a Terraform, create a Kubernetes deployment, destroy Terraform, that's an action base that's also needing to go into verify permissions. We're using Open Policy Agent. We're also using all the techniques to data masking. And then we obviously have the orchestration layer, a state machine that will go into orchestrate all of those with the business logic of the organization. So there's a lot going on behind the scenes.
It is. Well, a lot of different kinds of
to the user, it's seamless. You have a brain emoji thinking and then reading back to you what it's doing. So it's actually very fun interaction, human-like interaction, but then behind the scenes there's a lot that's going on.
Very cool. Do you integrate it all with IDEs and kind of go that far with it, or is it a kind of separate?
Users can integrate with their IDs, they can go and plug in. We have a SDK and it's all open API based. So essentially you can connect to any tool.
I think it's really nice and important because, well, one, it's right there handy,
Yes.
And also if you're delivering any information that you can kind of deliver in the way that code looks like, or structured, or autofill, or you can kind of mimic the behaviors of what you do in an IDE that very natural. So I don't have to go look up an API for what that call is. It's right there. Or I don't have to go look up what that thing's called on my request. It's right there.
Agreed. So I think maybe the one call out I would love to make is people are thinking about the Copilot approach or ChatGPT approach as a code completion tool. What we're doing is we're doing an operations completion tool. Essentially, all of the next step, what would you do, how would you deploy the code, run your CI, CDs, right, and maintain it for day two operations. So that's kind of where you can think about us filling that gap.
Okay, interesting. Well, so congratulations on the announcement. That's fantastic. And every time you come, you've got new and progress and things happening. I'm curious, maybe you've talked to Alan about this, or Mike, sort of your backstory. You're CEO, founder of the company, right? How did you get going down this path? Was it I was doing this at a big company and I this is like a huge need, I'm going to go fill it?
It's a great question. So the first time we came on, it was myself and my co-founder, he himself is an operator who built a self-service platform for his platform team in his previous company at Bluevine. And I came from AWS, where I was managing partnerships for all the DevOps and DevSecOps
Nice
tier one players. So I saw where they were possibly struggling with some of this self-service, and where I was in the middle trying to assist them. And that's kind of where the thesis on the business side, which is this is a much larger problem, and how we've actually solved this ourselves, kind of came together.
Interesting. Talk a little bit about your experience in the partnership side of it. Has that come to fruition as an important part of the business? I would imagine when you're integrating with lots of things, this is just look up the API, you can do it, right? You want to build relationships, partnerships with
So we
other
have a very strong ecosystem of partners really looking to have the conversational AI experience, essentially that assistant experience on top of their platform. And right now we're letting into queue a few of the strategic ones that we feel that we can both have a strong alignment with, but also maintain. As we grow our team, we're going to have a much larger ecosystem. We already have probably 10, 15 very strong players in the industry who want to have a partnership in place. So I feel it's only going to grow from that point.
Good. I mean, you already know this. I learned that lesson on one of the products I worked on, where you didn't design it with you were going to have a partner ecosystem in mind. You get to a point like, okay, we can't do what we want to do. We got to go back and add that in.
Yeah.
So having that perspective up front, if that's a place you're going to want to go at some point in the life cycle.
Yeah, our ecosystem, that's exactly it. Our ecosystem is built to be two-way conversation with all tools. So if our customers are asking for it, there's no reason why the vendor on the other side wouldn't have a stronger alignment. So we can have a better user experience for both sides.
I'm curious, so do you sell to the engineering development kind of community? Do you sell more to the platform engineering, operational, DevOps tool kind of folks? Where do you tend to focus?
I would say usually that decision is made jointly. The platform teams typically have to have a handshake with the engineering managers. So whether it's an engineering manager taking us to the platform team taking us to the engineering manager, typically we see both sides involved, at least validating this. But the easiest way to get started is really with platform teams, because they're the power users typically of the system. They're the ones creating and scaffolding and configurations of the system, so it's easiest for them to get started, test it internally on themselves, and very easily we usually see that they roll it out to the rest of the engineering team.
And they already have a good idea of what kind of requests come their way.
Precisely.
It would make that easier for people.
Otherwise, the other way around would be, let me go and bring in the platform team. So it's a more direct approach.
That makes sense. And it's nice. Yeah, I could totally see, it's starting well. Hey, something might make it easier to maybe take a load off the platform engineering team, or them saying, hey,
we're here to augment
easier
them.
way to work with this, right?
We're here to augment them. Not everybody has the luxury of hiring 3 to 5 more headcounts for next year. But if you could do so with 1 or 2 headcounts and then Kubia, now you can scale.
Great. If you kind of look forward a little bit, maybe this next 6 months or maybe 12 months, 6 months or so, what things are happening in the industry, maybe where you're heading, what are you thinking about next?
The most recent announcements by OpenAI have been very interesting, because from our perspective, it's giving us even more tools in order to get to our end goal, which is, in my opinion, a self-driving operator. Self-driving operator that will be able to take end-to-end tasks away from human beings and really free them up to do the highest and best use of their time. It's still going to require human-in-the-loop interaction. We don't expect it to be overnight. But I think a lot of the things that was announced recently is already in line with what we've been doing, but it's only making it easier and more, again, unlock more and more use cases.
Seems like OpenAI have done a pretty decent job of don't throw it all out there, right? Incrementally add capability.
Yes.
When you're ready to handle it.
Yes, because we've been in the space a couple years, we've already been architecting our platform to be conversational native. That's allowing us to move very fast in this space.
Great. Well, tell folks, where can they go check it out? Can they get a demo online, or what can we do to help?
That's a beautiful part. We open our platform up for self-service, so you could actually sign up at kubia.ai, www.kubia.ai, sign up for a free trial. We also have a sandbox where you could, without needing to put in organizational credentials or anything, it's a gated experience. Obviously, it's a bit more limited, but you could go and have that nice exchange with Kubi, our DevOps assistant, and really enjoy the experience before committing to going into a trial.
Appreciate the sandbox. You don't want to quite turn it loose on your infrastructure quite yet, right? Let's kick the tires and then get
mostly
there.
read only. We have a few write actions in there, but typically we want to make sure it's rated PG for what people can do.
Exactly. Exactly. Great. And it's spelled KUBIYA.ai.
Great. Thank you very much.
It was on I'm sure on your title, but
yes.
I mean, very pleasure
there.
talking with you, and congrats on the new progress, new release, and capabilities, and where you're headed next. Great market to be in.
I appreciate it, and I appreciate your time here today.
Of course. Great to have you on. For our folks, for the people in the audience, so Amit's representative of some of the great things that are happening, not just at KubeCon, but in our industry, and progress is happening overall. So stay tuned. We've got more great interviews coming back up. Don't go away. We'll be right here in a few minutes, so we'll be back. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to KubeCon here in Chicago 2023. Lots of great conversations, and here comes another one with Adam Frank Armory. Welcome, Adam.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure to be here.
Always. We love having you on. So what's happening in continuous delivery and this? I mean, it's evolved so much just in the last even year or so about how many environments we're deploying to and the mix of all that. You know, most of us don't live in a green field, so we got to deal with lots of variety of things.
That's right. And I think one of the biggest things that people are really starting to come across now is the fact that they are looking at multi-deployments, multi-cluster, multi-environments, really trying to orchestrate all of that and coming around to manage delivery, understanding that everybody from a seed stage to large enterprises, they all have at least 3, dev, stage, prod, right? So how are you going to orchestrate across that when that just grows to more and more environments, talking about global companies and things of that nature. So I think that's one of the big conversations that's been happening around here is about the orchestration of that deployment. So it's been exciting. It's been exciting for us. That's one of the things that we went into from the very beginning, was understanding that the deployments have to be orchestrated. There's a lot of things that have to happen, security scanning, integration tests, you name it, throughout that deployment. So it's been quite nice.
When you mentioned kind of managed deployment, right? It's not just press a button, everything happens. It's a lot of things have to be sequenced. Some environments require different things than other environments. Some you can do as declarative. You can really kind of build it from the ground up, through automation, and others maybe you can't do that. You've got to work with infrastructure or apps or code that's already there.
Yeah, whether it's infrastructure, apps, or code, or whether it's just policies that you have in place that you need manual approval before you go out to production, or something has to happen in staging, like data. Data needs to be transferred from production into staging to do actual validated tests. We had a talk on Monday with Portworx, actually. Really fantastic use case that we've come up with them. There's a use case with their largest customer where they are actually transferring live production data into staging environments to do real tests. Because I know a lot of people today, the code's the same, the configuration's the same, the infrastructure's all the same. Is the actual data the same? Well, not really. Okay, well, how do you know that what you're actually about to change is going to inflict what you want to change? So the fact that we've worked a lot with Portworx to do the actual data transfer, to have real live production data in the staging environment to run those tests and things against, has been pretty cool for our customers.
That was always one of my biggest challenges. How do you get data? Especially earlier in the development of an app or a product, is you don't have access to a lot of production data unless you're in a SaaS, and maybe you can then, but you have to worry about things of anonymizing. But you can have data, but not necessarily the right data to test what you're going to deploy. So you've got to kind of match that all up. Is there anything in that demo that talked about that part of the problem? How do you get the right data in the right environment?
Yeah, exactly. One of the big things that the security of data, the management of data, moving data around, and Portworx has a great solution for it. So it's nice to partner with them, given that we can do the orchestration of those deployments and have that as a check that's within that deployment. It's not going out to production before that data is moved into staging, and tests are run against that, and validation has happened. So, like I said, you can have the manual approval at that point if you want, if that's a policy within your organization, or you can have that continue on automatically and go straight out to production, which is great. That's the full, that's the dream right there, is to have that end-to-end automation and have that deployment fully automated, which a lot of people work towards, which is great.
Well, let's talk about that. Is there kind of a life cycle that people go through from, we're not doing it at all now, everything's manual and not maybe it's scripted, but it's not automated in the same way they do through Armory? Is there sort of a step-by-step phases people usually go to get to a point where they might do some really automated release?
There absolutely is. I mean, we talked to a couple of people yesterday from, I can't remember what company now, but one of the first questions that we start to ask them is, what do you do for your organization? Okay, great. You're a DevOps engineer, you're a platform engineer, you're an SRE. There's loads of them around. These two particular gentlemen said that they were just automation ninjas. They didn't really have specific titles or roles, and they just helped the organization automate everywhere they could. So the next question is then, okay, well, what are you doing to deploy your software? What are you doing for deployment? And they said, well, it's manual right now. Okay, well, I mean, that's where most people are starting. It's going to be manual. So I think that one of the biggest things that we see is people start with CI. They're going to automate the build and the test of that, and they're going to have an artifact that they want to be deployed. The next thing they'll start to do is exactly what you said. They'll start writing some scripts and they'll start extending some of that CI until that starts to become a little bit fragile and doesn't necessarily provide the developer experience that they're looking for, and enabling blue-green and your canary and things like that to protect your customer experience. So at that point, then they go out and they look for a continuous deployment solution that is going to actually meet that. And that's where the evolution comes from. From that point, they'll start to have some of the manual checks in place. They might not have integration tests all automated. That's okay. You can have the deployment go out to dev, you can have the deployment go to staging, you can go run some manual integration tests if you need to, and then you can carry that deployment on. That would kind of be the next piece of it, and making sure that all those pieces are automated, that are being orchestrated. And then the final piece is, are you comfortable with all of this to remove that gate, to remove that manual approval to go out to production? And once people are, then you start to see that end-to-end automated deployment, and it's really, really fantastic to see.
Really cool. So I'll make a premise, supposition, you can tell me if it's true or not. It seems to me that last step of kind of getting into the, okay, yeah, we're going to kind of pull the pin and let it go and see, let it automatically deploy. A couple things I would want to have experience with. One is, how often do we say no when we're doing a manual decision about, okay, it's time to release, and when we do, what are the issues? The other is, well, if something does happen, I want to be able to quickly redeploy a fix to whatever it is that we might have put in production. So in minutes, half an hour, whatever, very quickly. If I can't deliver code that fast, then maybe I'm not ready to quite go to the automation fully onto production. Is that a good characterization?
It is, yeah. I mean, the fact that we're talking about that as well, the rollback of that as well. Are you comfortable rolling that back? Do you have the mechanisms in place that are going to allow you to roll that back? And that's again, where a great CD solution is going to enable that, both automatically or by a single click. You actually see that the baseline is off and this isn't behaving the way that it's supposed to be or the way that it's expected to be. You can one click and roll that back to the last known working state, or you can have that automatically roll back based on looking at some of that observability data that might be outside of the expected threshold.
Interesting. Well, so we're at KubeCon. Let's talk about Kubernetes. That holds another layer of complexity and technology and challenges. How does that roll into it? What are the things you need to consider about automated delivery deployment with Kubernetes?
Yeah, I think one of the big things is people have their repos structured in a way that makes sense for their business. People also have a couple different choices in the way that they're architecting Kubernetes. Are they going single big clusters? Are they going multi-clusters? Depending on what they're doing there. And one of the mantras that we have at Armory is meet the customer where they are. So we don't tell people to structure their repos in a certain way. We don't tell people to architect Kubernetes in a certain way. We don't tell people that you have to have a CRD written in a certain format. However you have your Kubernetes manifest today, we'll deploy that. And I think that's one of the beautiful things that alleviates a lot of that complexity of Kubernetes, is giving people that flexibility that allows them to meet their organizational needs. We'll deploy that manifest. We'll deploy those containers any way that you need.
Yeah, it could be multi-cloud, could be out to the edge and whatever regional center. I mean, it's
the edge,
and multiple
the edge
applications.
Stuff is getting really interesting too.
It is. There's a lot of it's picking up. I hear a lot more about the edge.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact that people are running, pretty small clusters, but still Kubernetes clusters out in edge, out in cars is a great example. That's one of the
big manufacturers in Germany. Speak about that.
There you go. There you go. I know there's a big American one that does that as well. And again, that's one of those use cases, having that data on board, shifting that data back to a staging environment, testing with that, and then deploying back out.
Maybe that'll be a light on our dashboard. You'll see the little captain's wheel Kubernetes. Yeah, come on, you're over the cluster running somewhere in your automobile.
That's it.
It needs a restart.
Yeah, yeah. I was actually really surprised when I first started hearing about that, thinking well, that's got to be pretty resource intensive in the car. We've got to figure out a way to do that without having clusters in every single one of these cars and edge and things like that. But it seems to be working so far. We're talking thermostats and things of that nature as well with some of our customers. So it's pretty cool.
I heard someone describe automobiles now are becoming software platforms with wheels.
Oh yes.
I mean, essentially, you know,
That's exactly
how
what they
much
are.
of it is, it's all software, right? With some electric motors or whatever
Yeah.
kind of things.
Yeah.
So what's coming up next? Next 6 months, well, we're going to be at reInvent.
We are.
Hopefully,
We
we'll
are.
see you there. Kind of what's on your mind about the next set of things you want to work on?
Yeah, so we're at KubeCon. We're talking a lot about Kubernetes, but every single person that we talk to also has something else. And whether they've found that Kubernetes is a little bit too complex for them and they don't want to invest the resources in it and they move to another container service like ECS, or they've got some serverless. Everybody seems to have some level of serverless, whether it be Lambda or whatnot. So one of the things that we've really been working on that we're going to be revealing pretty big at reInvent is not only deploying to Kubernetes, but also being able to deploy to Lambda in a declarative way. Kubernetes brought us the world of declarative and gave us that abstraction layer above the imperative nature of things. So we're now bringing that to Lambda and full blue-green, full canary, and being able to just share that declarative config between your Kubernetes and Lambda deployment so you can actually deploy to both within the exact same deployment, which absolutely nobody's doing right now. So we are very, very
So both, but also in parallel, right? Because
Exactly.
apps may be running in both environments for
Precisely.
different parts of it.
precisely.
Well, sounds like you get a
So we'll have
pretty
to,
good peek into what's coming.
Yeah, we'll have to get back together at reInvent and sit down and showcase and discuss that a
Yeah,
little
we'd
bit.
love to hear a lot more about that.
Yeah.
That sounds exciting.
Definitely.
Well, good.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. You and I have talked before. The show seems really great. I mean, the buzz and the traffic and
Yeah, it's always
conversations. And I've been to a session. I never get to go to sessions anymore. We're always talking, which is
Likewise.
good. I'm good.
Yeah.
But I've heard that they're really good as well.
Yeah, most definitely.
Great.
Definitely.
Have a good rest of the show, and we'll see you
Appreciate
in
it. Thank you very
Las
much.
Vegas.
See you there.
Okay, reInvent.
Right.
All right, man.
Cheers.
Say hi to Adam. Stop by the booth. Go visit Armory. Check them out online. Armory. Is it IO or .com?
.io. Armory.io.
I thought IO.
You got it.
Okay, good. Definitely check them out, and lots of good things coming too, as well as where we are today with Armory. Okay, talk to you again. We'll be right back with our next great guest. Hi, everybody. We are at KubeCon again, back with more great guests, more great topics. Really interesting topic that we're going to be checking into here around kind of rapid development and innovation. How do we get something that shows our idea very quickly? So I'm joined by Tommy McClung, who is CEO, founder of Release. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, first time we've talked. I'm excited to hear about Release. First of all, I heard a little bit of your kind of origin story.
Yeah.
To use a D&D kind of language or whatever. Tell us a little bit about where you came from to come up with the idea of what you're now doing.
Sure, yeah, I've been a software engineer since early 2000s, working on systems management, helping developers be productive my whole career. Most recently, prior to this, I was the chief technology officer at a public company by the name of TrueCar, and environments, making those developers productive. We had 300 people in the technology team was a really big challenge. And environments, whether those were staging, development, local, production, partner environments, QA, staging was a big challenge. So my co-founders and I built a bespoke version of that environment management for that company, and realized, hey, there's probably a lot of other companies out there dealing with this problem. Turns out every engineering organization deals with how do we get our developers access to an environment that looks like production, that I can develop against, I can do database migrations against, and we were not unique. Turns out that this is an issue that almost every development team has to deal with. So
it's like that 60% that isn't about writing code. How do we get some of that back into creating software?
And we spent millions of dollars with teams of DevOps engineers and building that in-house product, which really was a product that we had to manage and maintain. And we weren't in the business of DevOps there, we were in the business of car buying. And so I always felt as the CTO, like it's a lot of money and energy going into something that obviously makes us more efficient and more productive, but isn't necessarily serving our end users. And so I just saw the opportunity, and we started it in about 2019, end of 2019.
Yeah, and not to dwell on your past, but I think one of the great things from your experience is that you think the radical transformation, automobile industry, selling, from listing cars on a lot to doing it all over our phones and interacting, buying, selling, whatever it might be, right? That didn't all happen in one step. There's a whole series of innovations that had to happen very quickly over time, and I would imagine probably the team you took over wasn't quite there yet to take on that big of a challenge that fast.
Yeah, and when you're a high growth company, satisfying and serving your customers quickly, that's what it's all about.
Or the competition will.
And the competition will, and they massive innovation there prior to me getting there, but it was slowing, and technology was a big part of that. And there's a lot of inertia behind a company that's been there for 11, 12 years, right. And decisions technically that were made, and ultimately we had to re-platform the whole thing, move it to the cloud, out of data centers, containerize. All of those things were a part of that, but it really didn't solve it. We built agile teams, we had agile scrum teams, but if the underlying technology doesn't support that rapid iteration, you can have all the processes you want, it's kind of lipstick on a pig. So we had to tackle what that core problem was, and that for us was environments being available so we could do pure, true CI/CD.
Yeah. You're not going to run an Indy race on a gravel road.
That's right.
You got to have the
Yeah, we needed a Ferrari. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, talk about what you're doing, because we have data to back up. I run our analyst firm, Techstrong Research, and there is a lot of interest on how do I get developers productive quickly, but in the right way. So they're not worrying about doing all the make work, I call it.
That's right.
But also, they're not dealing with the it worked on my machine problem we all dealt with our whole career. So tell us about what you're doing at Release.
Yeah, so Release is environments as a service. You can, with a click of a button, spin up an entire stack, including all the infrastructure, data. So it's literally reproduce your complex distributed application. And we do that across the software development life cycle. So if you're a local developer and you need to share your local machine with your product managers, your QA managers, you can use our Docker desktop extension to share your local machine. If you need to then have it in the cloud, let's say you're developing a large microservice application and you can't run it locally because it's too complex, you can spin up a full environment, develop your microservices against a full replication of what your production environment looks like. We have ephemeral environments, and those are really useful for, like, you do a pull request and an environment spins up automatically on that branch. You then can run all your automated tests. You can preview that environment. Some people call those preview environments, and that's part of what happens when you use us. And then we have support for managing staging, any number of staging environments you want to create, and also production environments if you want to manage your production environment. So across that whole SDLC, managing, building, recreating, and tearing down those environments is what we do. And it's challenging because every company that we work with has a different bespoke stack. And so I think one of the things that we are really good at is being able to take what you have, which might be in Amazon or GCP, it might be, scripts and CI/CD, tasks and things that you've created in order to get your tests running and get into production. The challenge for a company like us is being able to replicate your environments. And that really is what we're the best at. You bring us what you have and we will get it to a place where you can recreate from nothing your environment, which is a really, really hard problem to solve.
Exactly the question I wanted to ask you, because to do ephemeral environments like that, to spin something out that quickly, it has to be declarative. It can't be
That's right.
the hard-coded stuff we've been running in our CI/CD pipeline for 5 years. So it sounds like that's part of what you're doing. Of how do you do discovery against requirements, Helm chart, and requirements files and things like that in the directory and whatever else you can pull from.
Yep.
This is what your environment looks like now. Let's be able to create that.
Yeah, so we'll do an analysis of your repositories that make up your app.
Okay.
There's a lot of fingerprints in there, Helm charts, Terraform files, Docker Compose files, package.json.
Yep.
We then take that and create a blueprint. We call it an application template out of it. And that is the gold standard definition of your application, but it's the application infrastructure data, all of it.
That alone is a valuable product.
Yeah.
How many people don't know that? I mean,
and it doesn't exist. Like when we started the company, we tried to find a standard that would be declarative, that could show you what your application needs to run, and it really doesn't exist. It exists in scripts, it exists in some files over here, some files over there. Mm-hmm. So we created a format to do that, and that is what drives the heart of the system. And it's not just the infrastructure and the software, it's also what is the workflow needed in order to recreate it. You might need to do a database migration, seed a database, warm up a cache. There's all sorts of things you might need to do to make that environment useful, and that's all part of that application template that drives everything. Then that can be checked into source code, and if you want to make modifications to it, add services, add infrastructure, you do it there, and then every environment gets that from that point forward. So there is a discovery process at the beginning. Once you have that, now you've got this, ever-living blueprint that is your source of truth for what your application looks like.
great. I'm curious about, so you mentioned doing local development.
Yeah.
Do people pretty quickly move even the development up to the cloud just because the whole environment's there? Or now usually you stay working on your own machine and it's connected to the cloud?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's a hybrid, actually, a lot of times, where some developers want to develop locally, but you can, with release through our CLI, run a command that turns your laptop into a mirror where it's syncing all your files into a cloud environment. So everything you change locally ends up manifesting itself in that cloud environment.
Instead of doing GitHub pulls.
Right. It's a remote, we call it remote development environments.
Okay.
And that becomes really useful when you start getting, n number of services beyond just like a stack that would run locally. And it also is useful when you're developing collaboratively. You might have other engineers that need to see what you're working on, product managers, QA. And a lot of our customers like to use it because it looks more like production than what you're running locally. Developers like it because you can use any tools you want. You're not limited to VS Code or whatever. You use I've been managing a vimRC file for 20 years that if you
can't get rid of it.
there's no way I could do anything any other way. So One of the design principles of that was let the developers use the tools that they want.
Exactly. Don't force me into something that I already have what I like.
So yeah, I mean, our mission is to help people release their ideas to the world fast, and we look at environments as a big, important part of that usually is left as a second-class citizen and gets cobbled together and slows the organizations down a lot.
Exactly. One of the things I think applied in what you said but didn't mention is oftentimes developers have to context switch between different apps or environments or revs of software, or we deploy for differently for different customers. That is complex, and that takes a lot of time to spin all of that up, make sure I'm in the right environment. And is it up to date with what's in production? So, times 10 all the things you would do in one.
Yeah, that's the same thing. Like, if you have to switch to a different project, click a button, you have that environment, right? So, especially when you get into more complex software development ecosystems, it's not as simple as I work on this one thing all the time, and I think that's a really good point.
Cool. Did you, so how long have you been doing release? How old is the company?
We started in 2019. And we've, grown quite a bit. Yeah, we've been at it for a while, and I think that's really important because the only way to get this to work is to see a lot of customers and see what they're struggling with, and the thing I'm most proud of now is it just works.
Well, and let me add to that. I'm guessing this, having worked with a lot of developers, it's pretty black and white where they're going to use your stuff.
That's right.
They like it, love it, or they hate it.
Yeah.
Usually it's got to be love it.
It has to be love it.
To really keep it.
Yeah.
So when you're creating developer tools, development environments, and what you're doing, you got a tough audience. You got to satisfy right up front and keep it there. And keep moving the ball forward, but keep them with you so that they're happy.
And we become a very critical path in the SDLC. If we stop working, they stop working. So we spend a lot of time on reliability, making sure issues are dealt with very, very quick. We have one of the highest marks we have is our support team. They're all really great DevOps engineers that are doing that work. So yeah, we're mission critical for our customers, and we spend a lot of time on that.
Tommy, it seems like one of the challenges, I'm sure there are many in doing this, is the variety of environments that you have to deal with, from a legacy mainframe application to I'm in 5 clouds and I didn't set all those up. They all look a little different or very different. The variations are permutations.
Infinite.
Infinite, exactly. Did you have to kind of pick a path through, there's this technology stack, and kind of widen that as you develop out?
That's exactly how we did it.
And what was that?
I mean, we started with containerized applications on Kubernetes. It was the easiest place to start. There's a lot of things built into Kubernetes that make environment creation a little bit easier if you know how to do it with namespaces, and that's where we started. So at the beginning, the very first apps had to be containerized Kubernetes, kind of AWS applications. But as we've grown and the complexity of our customers have grown, that satisfied a certain slice of potential users. But it turns out the more interesting problems in this space occur when you have a more diverse ecosystem, and it slows developers down more. So we had to expand that into, okay, now what if somebody is running their services on EC2 on a VM? What do you do, right? What do you do if they want to use ECS? What do you do if they want to use anything in Amazon that wasn't within that slice? So we didn't reinvent the wheel there. We leaned into open standards, so Terraform, Pulumi, AWS CDK, Helm. The open standards where you would have defined these things already, you still use those. Our blueprint essentially binds it all together. So the more complex you get, we now have the ability to broaden out and go build and rebuild anything that you might have in your stack. There are still certain things we don't deal with, mainframes, That's
why I mentioned that as an edge case.
We're still working, and you have to be in the cloud. We've kind of narrowed our focus to that. That being said, we've had a lot of interest from companies that aren't, and that just means there's a lot of opportunity to go, solve a lot more problems. But today it's cloud-based and cloud-native stuff.
Talk about pipeline security, software supply chain security. I mean, a lot of focus on making sure I've got good images, base images, et cetera, code that gets created by developers. but the whole pipeline itself, it has to also be secure.
Yeah.
So you don't poison the pipeline with whatever might get injected into it. What do you do? What do you have to do to secure that? Because you got a lot of different people working in those environments, and they can get creative too, right?
Yeah, we let those teams pick and choose what they want. If they're using some DevSecOps tools that they've picked that they like to do image scanning or whatever it is, that fits right in. You don't have to do anything different. We really are just focused on the environment creation side of it and being able to fit within whatever framework they currently already have.
So you don't dictate?
We don't dictate it. We let you use whatever it is you're going to use already. All of the environments end up running in our customers' cloud accounts, so they have full control over all of what is created. It's not hosted by us. It's just, we're like a control plane that does that. And if they want to bring in their security scanning tools or whatever those things are, they can just do it right within the way they do it today.
Very cool. Excellent. Any announcements at the show you're making, or?
No big announcements. We're here talking to customers about their challenges and problems. We do have stuff coming up here pretty soon that there's a lot of interesting things going on in AI.
I do want to ask you about that. So
yeah.
One of the things I've been working on is how do you start your AI projects so they'll naturally flow into a workflow pipeline, as opposed to my experimentation that kind of shows up as an oddball thing that nobody knows what to do with.
Yeah, we look at that exactly the same with AI as we do with regular environments. The underlying infrastructure is different. The software stack that runs on top of it is different. So let's say you're a data science person and you wanted to get started. You have your Python notebook that you're working on, but you want to train a model, run it against some big GPU systems. That's a pretty difficult problem for a data scientist to solve. So we look at that problem as it's a flavor of an environment, and we have some partners that we're working with there that will allow us to spin up. Let's say you need 1,000 GPUs to run your train your model against. That'll be accessible through an environment, just like it would be any other pipeline that you're using with us in order to create other environments. So it's a really interesting time. Software development, application development is changing pretty rapidly. The good news for infrastructure companies like us is that machines are needed to do all of this, and making those machines useful to developers, AI developers, data science developers is a similar problem. It just has a different twist to it, different end users.
Big impact on people's productivity.
And cost savings. Those things are not cheap these days, and so we see a lot of opportunity in doing that in a very efficient way. So there's some really cool stuff coming on that front, and we built a chatbot infrastructure. You could talk to your infrastructure. It's on release.ai. It was kind of an experimentation of ours just to kind of get our hands into this.
A lot of us have done that, right? Kind of started that
and
pilot.
It taught us a lot about what's needed here, how good the open AI models are, how fine-tuning is going to be needed to do some of the more kind of future-looking infrastructure things. So if you go to release.ai, you can see some of the work that we've done up there and play around with it. It's all free. It's really good.
Release.ai, so check it out.
Yeah.
Folks, sign on. You have like Sandbox or test account.
Release.com.
Release.com.
Okay. We have two sites, release.com, which is where our environments as a service is, and release.ai is kind of where we're messing around with AI stuff.
I see. Okay.
And on release.com, you can just start for free right on the homepage. You just click the button and off you go.
Excellent. Tommy, fun talking with you. And
yeah, you too.
We'll have you back. Talk about some more AI stuff as that develops.
That's awesome.
So congratulations on the success, and
great to meet you.
Look forward to talking to you again.
Thank you.
Another great conversation. We're tossing it back to you, back to the control room. We'll be back in just a moment here from KubeCon.
Hi, everyone. Alan Schimmel back here at Chicago KubeCon, North America 2023. If you've watched our coverage of past KubeCons or RSA, or even sometimes on Techstrong TV, you know this fellow right here. He's my friend David DeSanto. David is the Chief Product Officer?
Chief Product Officer.
Yep, at GitLab. And, GitLab always has something doing, especially if it's the 22nd of the month, right?
Correct.
How many consecutive 22nd of the month releases are we up to now? Do you
Over
know?
150. I know
Over
that.
150.
Yeah.
But GitLab is also a big community member of CNCF, as well as a bunch of the other Linux foundations as well. And David's always a wealth of information. So, David, I hope I didn't put too much pressure on you, but welcome.
It's fine.
Okay.
Thank you for having me.
Always a pleasure. So let's first talk a little bit about the show.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
GitLab is here. What are you seeing, hearing? What are you thinking about?
Yeah, so I would say this probably is no surprise to everyone who's watching, but this year it's all about security and AI.
Yeah.
And sure enough, at GitLab's booth here, we're at booth M1, it's also about
security and AI.
Security and AI and visibility.
So, we've been talking a little bit about security and AI too, surprise.
Yeah.
And one of just a quick plug, we actually have a great virtual event coming up in December on AI. And it's sort of where does AI rubber meet the road.
Right.
And I want to turn that around to you, David. Look, AI has tremendous potential to help, I think, with security.
It does.
I don't know how much of it is real today. I think a lot of it will be real, certainly. But what's real today?
Yeah.
No holds barred.
Yeah.
What's your take?
Yeah, so maybe we'll start with the AI part of that and then tie it into security. So
okay.
I always look at new technology through the lens of my parents. They're both much older than I am, right? And to them, when I showed them AI, it was magic. Because to them,
really was.
How is that happening, right?
Right.
But then I also had to help ground that in reality for them to say, well, this is generative AI. It works by predicting the next word based off the series,
right?
And
it's not sentient.
When you look at it, though some people have thought it's sentient, right?
But your parents, I go by my wife's sister.
Okay.
She's 74. And she thought there was a little person in there.
Yeah. Yeah, not totally, just as a quick note, and the viewers will love this, but I introduced them to it at my sister's wedding earlier this year. I needed to do a toast, so I had Bard generate the toast for me, and they were like, how is this happening, right?
Beautiful, I hear you.
But to kind of ground in reality, and you realize how generative AI works, you have to then ask yourself, what are the best use cases to apply it to? It's not going to be able to tell you how many pages are in a book, how many words are in a book. Those aren't things that are questions it can build, right? But it can help you with tasks that can sometimes be mundane. It can help you with understanding something better. And that's how I kind of tie it back to AI. So when GitLab started applying AI to our platform, we started in 2021 with code review, because that was a huge pain point, helping customers get through code review. The next area we looked at was actually security.
Really?
And the reason why we did that is that GitLab is, in essence, was a developer platform when we started. We're an enterprise DevSecOps platform today.
Right.
But it was about helping developers be more effective. And developers don't start their day off by saying, you know what, I want to write a zero-day vulnerability in the application today. I want to make it super vulnerable, right? They want to write really good code. And so we said, we've helped shift security left. How do we help now those developers understand that security they're seeing? And so we launched at RSA this year, Explain This Vulnerability, where it actually explains the vulnerability in natural language using AI, gives them an example of how that vulnerability is exploitable, and then gives them an example of how to resolve it. And those code snippets it shows are in the language the developer's writing in. And so when I think about AI and security, I think about it making security truly approachable. And if you can do that, then everyone starts to win.
So I would give you guys the Oscar for best use of AI, right? Because I think that's where it shines. I had a very similar experience with me. So I'm not a coder.
I claim to be one, but it's been a decade plus since I've written any code.
But you know what? Try putting a little code into your generative AI chatbot and say, explain this, or what does this mean?
Yeah.
And it goes through line by line and tells you that's what this is for, this is what it's calling, this is what it's doing. And you can be a complete neophyte around, let's say, Python, or name your language, whatever you want to do it in. And it really teaches you how to code.
It does. It
line
does.
by line, where, syntax by syntax. So to me, that's a great use of AI, right? That's what we should be using it for. It's not Google search, right? A lot of people I know, they think it's Google. It's not Google search.
No.
But those it's good for writing toasts for a best man or whatever,
right.
But, or an anniversary. Someone in my office I know used it.
Yeah.
And his wife called him on it. But anyway, it's really great for learning tool. Now, when we talk about AI and security, though, there's an evil dark side to it.
There is.
Which is, how do you secure AI?
Yeah, and so I love that question. So the first time we spoke, which now is 4 or 5 years ago, the question you asked me is like, GitLab and security, explain that. And we talked about why we were taking that journey. And today GitLab is recognized as a security player in the space.
Absolutely.
And it's one of those things that we are very proud about because we helped define what shift left actually meant. And so if you bring this back to AI, the one thing I always tell people is that, code generation can be scary. You're not sure, is it writing good code? Is it writing functional code? But if you're using GitLab, that code gets committed back into your CI/CD pipeline, and the GitLab security scanners run, and now you know that vulnerability has been resolved, and nothing new has been introduced. Right. And so if you pair AI with the right things around it, it can be truly powerful. But you're right, if you're not doing that, and you're thinking it is the person living inside the machine, you give a little too much trust to it today.
Yeah.
AI is not 100% there yet.
Absolutely. Well, so that's the next segue. Don't give up any secrets. Let's not get in trouble. You're a public company now. But where do you see AI going with GitLab?
Yeah.
Specifically over the next, let's say, between now and RSA in May or something.
Yeah,
like that.
that's a great question. So fortunately, we're a very transparent company, so I can talk about roadmap and not get in trouble.
Yep.
But thank you for making sure that I don't get myself in trouble with legal. So where we see AI going with GitLab is there's really two paths that we're exploring. The first is GitLab Duo Chat. We released it back in June. It continues to mature. We're seeing people gravitate towards wanting to talk to chat and not necessarily click a button in the UI or engage with AI that way. And it makes sense. If you think about it, we're humans. You and I are talking, we're having a conversation. That's what we'd want to engage with it. And that's why the chatbots are so popular. And so what we're looking to do is continue to take what we've released. We have 14 AI features today.
Really?
Yeah, everything from GitLab is for the entire SDLC. So we have AI assistance in planning, coding, securing, deploying, the whole way across. And so we're slowly moving those features into chat. An example that explained this vulnerability is a great example. So that'll be available in chat here shortly. And the reason why we're doing that is the natural thing is, well, help me resolve it. Here's my code. And so we want to help AI be not just a pair programmer for the developer, but be that trusted partner that can help write more secure code. So I would say over the coming several months going into RSA, you'll see a lot of AI and security and our Duo Chat feature coming together.
I love it.
The other area is our...
Wait, hold on 1 second. I want to make sure Duo Chat.
Yeah.
Not everyone out here is going to know Duo Chat.
Yeah, so perfect. Yeah, so GitLab Duo is the name of our AI workflows within the GitLab platform.
Got it.
The name is based off the fact that it's you as a user, plus AI makes the AI dynamic duo.
Okay.
It also helps that I'm a huge Batman fan, and dynamic duo has that.
All right, I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
I didn't tell marketing that, though.
No.
Hopefully they don't watch this. They'll now know my secret.
What does marketing ever... I'm only kidding.
Yeah,
I'm only kidding.
No,
I love my marketing people.
So that's the name of the suite of those AI workflows. And so there are things like explain this vulnerability, your explaining of codes. We actually haven't explained this code. We'll explain the code. We have our code suggestions, which is going to generate either code completion, your cursor's in the file, it's reading what's before and after the file's open and recommending code.
I love that.
Or code generation, where you can actually do comment to code. That's actually the most popular for our users. as well as things in like helping you do your planning, summarizing conversations, helping with CI configurations and beyond. So that's what GitLab Duo is, and Duo Chat is part of that. And so that's the chatbot you can launch within GitLab's UI.
Now, is there a way to kind of implant this into your IDE? Or?
And that's the last thing I was going to mention that we're working on. Yeah. So the
you didn't pay me to say that.
I did not.
Okay, go ahead.
It's almost like you read our GitLab issues and read our.
We
roadmap.
may not coordinate our wardrobes.
We didn't. But I do wish I would have worn the full shirt today.
Time.
We will. Next time we'll do that.
All right.
But anyway, we're going to be bringing Duo Chat to the IDEs. So today we have it as an experimental feature, and we're trying it at GitLab today to make sure it works, but it'll be available in all the IDEs that we support today, including the JetBrains Suite, Visual Studio, VS Code, NeoVim, and the GitLab IDE.
I love it. I love that. Fantastic.
Yeah, but by the way, that'll also then bring those same actions that are in the GitLab UI into chat in your IDE, so you can actually explain a vulnerability, explain the code, all those things directly where you're working. You don't have to leave your IDE to get that.
While we're on this subject, a lot of people out here, look, there's so much controversy around AI. Mm-hmm. Is it going to kill off humanity? Is it going to take everyone's jobs away? Is it going to, And my feeling is it's not, will it do some jobs? Yeah, but for the most part, it's going to make a lot of people who do these jobs 10x more effective.
Yeah.
How do we, how do you view it, and has GitLab view this, right? In a world where chat and Duo Chat is built in, and AI is built into the entire GitLab SDLC pipeline. Yeah. Does it really 10x these people?
So that's our target. And to give a little context for everyone, GitLab Ultimate, which is our top tier, includes every feature GitLab has, including AI. When we did a survey of our customers, we had an independent company do that. They found that people using GitLab Ultimate get a 7x boost in efficiency for their organization.
So you're over halfway there?
Yeah, and an ROI within 6 months of what they paid for it. And so when we asked ourselves, how does AI help? We set ourselves a 10x goal. So continue to accelerate that efficiency. And our customers using GitLab today and GitLab Duo are talking about that. They're talking about getting through code review faster. They're talking about resolving vulnerabilities faster. And to the first part of your comment, we don't see AI as a replacement for your team members. We see it as helping them be more effective, removing some of the mundane tasks that can slow them down and unlocking their true potential. Imagine a world where your developers don't have to worry about doing things like creating the template for the code, and now they can just go in and write the actual strategic parts, right? And same thing across the entire software development lifecycle. I personally benefit from Duo almost on a daily basis in that, as the CPO of the company, I get pinged on our GitLab issues or GitLab Epic or whatever, and someone will say, what are your thoughts on this? And I'll look at it and I go, how long is this? And I'll go up and say like PDF it, and it's like, it's 100 pages. The issue's been open 8 months.
Summarize.
Customers are coming. Yeah, so I say,
I do the same
summarize
thing.
The discussion, right?
We're connected. Yeah. I do the same thing.
Yeah, and so that's where I see it. Like, that made me more efficient. I didn't spend 2 hours doing that.
I'm doing the same exact, as CEO, at Techstrong.
Yeah.
Because I'm inundated with content. Should we publish this? Is this the right tone? Here's the abstracts. Just, and a lot of time, and I don't mean to sound callous, but I just don't have the time to go through it all. But a summary, man, just give it to me in 5 bullets.
Right, and by the way, the other part of that I use is that it can also help generate descriptions and tasks. And so I will, right? So I'll just say, like, I read all that, I have an action, remind me to do this, help me create the task for it, and so forth. But you are the great example, right? Same thing with the developer, a security person. There are other things that your brain power should be used for, and why spend the time doing those things that
I
truly
agree.
are not moving TechStrong forward or that company's application forward?
We'll come up with we have a theme for a given event, a virtual or in-person event. We need the abstract. I can have other people write the abstract, but it doesn't really capture my vision for it. I find just putting that into a bot, into a chat, it nails it. But here's another thing that I think is, and again, for those of you out there who don't use generative AI yet, you should. Don't be afraid to give it a nice long prompt or give it a lot of back. The more info you give it, the better it kicks back to you.
It does. It actually goes off feedback, and you can like something or thumbs it down.
That was another kind of revelation, and I think it probably worked the same way with code.
It actually does. So the back end of GitLab Duo is monitoring for the amount of code you keep. So do you accept the recommendation? Do you not? It also measures retention. So is that code still there after you move on? And same thing with the chat. So I've actually had to say to it, and there's a joke on the internet about you have to be polite back to the chatbot.
Right.
I actually just recommend it because I've seen that documentary Terminator with Skynet, and I'm just afraid
one day they might come for you.
You want to suck up to them now, so when they take over, they remember
they'll remember it.
But no, I'll actually say back like, that's interesting, but have you thought about this? And here's why. And then I see that it actually learns from it because we constantly fine-tune models based off that feedback, right?
I agree.
So absolutely, please be kind to the chatbot.
Be kind to your chatbots, and be kind to everyone else, right?
That's if it is,
especially in this day with everything in our world going on.
If it's anything, you should be polite.
Right.
There you go.
If you can be anything, be polite. Non-AI stuff. What's your impressions of the show this year?
I've enjoyed it so far. RSA conference used to be my favorite conference to go to. I think KubeCon is now tied for first and might sometimes edge it out. And the main reason why is that here is one of the few times I feel like, it reminds me of the Black Hat conference back in the day.
Back in the day.
You've got all the, it is not meant to sound negative, but like the doers here, right?
Yeah.
You're having real conversations with developers who are trying to understand operations better. Security professionals who are here are trying to make sure they're supporting developers' operations. Same thing with operations. So you get this like really good mix of people. And it just reminds me of almost like a large startup, if that's a good way to look at it.
There's an energy that's palpable that I think works.
But I do want to just make sure, RSA, I still love you.
We'll be there May 6th.
I'll be there as well.
Our DevSecOps. It's going to be all about AI and the future of security, our event, as well as the larger AI event all week, the larger RSA event all week. What about reInvent? You guys are going to be at reInvent?
We will be at reInvent. I will personally not be there.
No?
No, I hit the point where this is my last full week of the year. I've been gone 3 weeks a month for this entire year. I want to stay married.
I hear you.
I want to spend some time with my dogs. And so I'm taking December and most of January off from travel.
Good for you.
Yeah.
I'm getting a new dog Friday.
What kind of dog are you getting?
I guess I could share it. So we've had bulldogs for about almost 30 years.
Okay.
Our last one passed away in May. She was 14 and a half.
You and I think you and I talked about that.
Yeah. So it took a little while for us to, get back in the, I need a dog, but I need a dog.
No,
so it's a new bulldog puppy. Her name is Kaya, K-A-I-A, which means sea in Hawaiian. Her father's name is Ocean.
Oh, wow.
And I'll post pictures.
Okay. So just I think I've showed this before, but we have two rescues. They're both Chihuahua mixes.
Oh, yeah.
One's really dumb, and the other one's really smart. So
it's a good mix,
I will tell you, when I get home, they're so excited to see me, and they get really sad.
Nothing like the love of a dog.
I completely agree.
No doubt.
But about the conference.
Yeah, we went off there, but
completely derailed us.
Yes.
So for GitLab, a couple things. So if people are watching and they're here, they want to see it. If not, check it out after the conference on our website. We brought our product analytics feature to market. We already have some customers adopting it, and we're demoing it. And I wanted to share it here because KubeCon is also about visibility, and you can't close the SDLC without user feedback. And so, similar to how we have observability, which is about the application running in production, the value stream analytics and value stream management, this is now user feedback. So as part of GitLab CI/CD, we can embed telemetry into the application. Wow. So when it's deployed, it can connect back to GitLab and start giving you data about your monthly active, daily active usage, the return rate of those users,
This is available
It is
now, or you're
available
just
now.
demoing?
No, it's available. It is available.
What do you call that?
Well, we love our boring names at GitLab. It's one of our values, so it's just called GitLab Analytics.
GitLab Analytics.
Yeah, GitLab Product
Okay.
Analytics to be specific.
All right.
But yeah, we started using it earlier this year for our handbook, and we're able to learn about how our users use the handbook, our employees and team members. And so I'm excited to make this available because other people want to understand how their apps are being used. Long term, we'll be able to pull in things like retention rate, user adoption journey metrics, but today it's just those raw metrics like the active usage, return rate, the graphs of how the usage is going. But we're very excited to be demoing it here. It's really cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So,
GitLab User Analytics.
Yep.
David, it's always a pleasure, my friend.
Yeah, love our chats.
You know what? We're gonna. I spoke to you. We're gonna do another chat with David before you leave for 2 months.
Yep.
With the dogs.
Yeah. I will be working for everyone. I'm not taking time. I'm just staying home.
Okay, you're just not on the road.
Yeah, I'll be working from home that entire
I was gonna
time.
say that's a lot of vacation time.
No. I did have my first big vacation since the pandemic, though.
Really?
Yeah, we went to Bar Harbor for 2 weeks and hiked the Katy National Park.
Really? That's beautiful.
Yeah.
And when was this?
End of August, last 2 weeks of August.
Oh, so it's still nice.
It was very beautiful,
yeah.
but
not really peak color season there yet, but
no
time, summer.
But we'll definitely connect because I'm working. I'm just not on the road.
All right, but we're going to have you on Techstrong TV because you guys have more news.
We do.
That we can't talk about yet.
Yeah, that's a good teaser. Everyone, tune in.
That's what we call it. That's what we call it in the industry. My hook.
Going back to our marketing friends, that's the hook.
All right. Hey, we better take a break here. We're getting a little loony. We'll be back. We're live in Chicago at KubeCon with our friends at GitLab. We'll be right back. That was funny. Hey everyone, we're back here. We're live in Chicago at KubeCon, continuing our day 2 coverage here at KubeCon. We're going to be here the rest of today, and I think we go till about 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, and then that'll put a wrap on KubeCon North America 2023. I want to introduce you to, well, you've been on Techstrong TV, but I don't think we've ever been live at an event before. Paul Stover. Paul is the founder, CEO of Octopus Deploy, correct?
That's right.
All right. Paul, first of all, welcome.
Thank you.
And I know flying here, I've flown to Australia. I can only imagine flying from Australia.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a jet lag going on there, right?
It is.
Yeah. Did you fly nonstop Chicago to here? Or?
No, so we get direct flights to LA or San Francisco, so you pick one of those and then you wait, usually for delayed flights and so on, and then it's about 20 hours round trip.
So they do have, actually it is, I guess it's San Francisco is nonstop to Sydney or whatever. Yeah. Trying to think, I thought there was a nonstop out of Newark Airport, but that wouldn't do you any good anyway.
No, not quite on the way.
Yeah.
And that's a very long flight. That's like 20 hours, I think. Yeah.
I've taken that flight. I know, yeah. Well, there's two. There's the one from Newark to Australia, and then there's another one, Newark to Sydney. Not to Singapore.
Yeah.
Well, it used to go over the top, but with the wars and everything, it doesn't even go over the top anymore.
Yeah.
That's a long flight, too.
I think if you haven't flown to Australia, it's a good way to just say, okay, now I've flown to Australia, everything else is short. Like you think going New York to London is long,
that's what we say now. Yeah. I mean, so we're based in Florida, and we'll fly from Florida to, let's say, San Francisco. It's about 5.5 hours. Now, for some people, that's all day for them.
Yeah.
If you've done the Australian flight, it's a walk in the park. Walk in the park.
Makes it easy.
Anyway, enough about our flights. Let's talk about you and Octopus Deploy. Paul, before we get in Octopus Deploy, let's talk a little bit about your background.
Yeah, so I think technical developer, started Octopus back in 2012 as a hobby project, nights and weekends. Turned it into a business, and we bootstrapped it. So different to a lot of companies. A lot of companies in the DevOps space in particular, heavily venture-backed, round after round of fundraising. We took a very different path, bootstrap, profitable all along the way. And we're here, and we're about 200 people spread around the world, a lot of folks here in the US, and then Australia, New Zealand, UK as well. Yeah.
Excellent. You mentioned DevOps, but what exactly does Octopus Deploy do?
Yeah, the best way to think about us is, if you imagine, the DevOps infinity circle and all the stages along that. So there's a lot of companies that try and do all of it at some basic level of depth. So you take GitHub, GitLab, trying to do every part of those stages. We think generally in most companies, especially in enterprises, a lot of those things are solved problems, except how they deliver and deploy software. So for the last 10 years, that's where we focused on, that's where all of our energy goes. So helping enterprises to release, deploy, operate software at scale, particularly for the really complex deployments, those sort of deployments that, the end-to-end tools, they're going to help you deploy a web app to dev test production, but once you start deploying to remote sites all around the world, once you start having hundreds and hundreds of project teams trying to do deployments consistently within an enterprise, that's us, that's our cup of tea.
Love it. And just before we start the next thing, for people who want to get more information on Octopus Deploy, the website?
Octopus.com.
Octopus.com, I love it. Okay, now, let's talk turkey a little bit, as we say here, right? Look, this is my, 6th, 7th KubeCon. For many people, the fact of the matter is it's technically Cloud Native Con. KubeCon / Cloud Native Con, and I think that was recognition that KubeCon was kind of the king of the hill. Kubernetes was king of the hill, right? To many people, Cloud Native is synonymous with Kubernetes. But if you're involved in this community, you know now that Argo, OpenTelemetry, Prometheus, I forget, what is there, 140 something programs in CNCF.
Stages,
it's not just Kubernetes anymore. And don't shoot me, but some people are saying maybe it's not all of Kubernetes isn't all that anymore, right? Maybe, it's always been rather hard.
Yeah.
And there are some fundamental issues around, building your whole architecture around this. And I'm not saying Kubernetes is going away. I'm not saying it's a failure. I'm just saying people are beginning maybe see some of the warts, if you will, around Kubernetes. And talking to people at the show, there are certain subjects or areas that they want to see movement on, progress, evolution, modernization. I'm wondering, what are the kinds of things you guys see at Octopus around this?
I think we're in a fortunate position because we help customers with Kubernetes, other cloud-native things, serverless, etc., across all the clouds and the on-prem stuff as well, and the VMs and the data centers that they've built up over time. And so we've sort of watched this play out where, you start to talk to companies a few years ago and it's like, yeah, we're doing Kubernetes. There's a team somewhere and they're experimenting with it. And we think we might standardize on it because there's something quite enticing about the idea of everything we do as a container. We've got one technology stack to learn. Yes, it's very complicated, but it's going to become the standard within our company. But then when you talk to them also and you ask about where does AWS Lambdas fit in? Where do Azure websites fit in? There's often space for those as well when they think about what does the future look like. So there's definitely a future technology stack for companies that is more than just Kubernetes. And then of course being enterprises, they'll have virtual machines for a really long time as well. I think one of the challenges is when you think about, because the fundamental architectural layer of where the software is running is changing, that doesn't change every year. Technology moves fast, but virtual machines, we've been doing that for a really long time. And now if we start to run things in containers on Kubernetes, that's going to be something we do for a really long time. And the challenge there is a lot of the tooling that may have worked for one, when you change that thing at the very bottom of the stack, everything else on top kind of has to find its place in the new world, and maybe it makes it, maybe it doesn't. I think when it comes to software delivery, one of the things I think they're finding is that there's a lot of tooling that's sort of rediscovering stuff that was discovered a long time ago. So a great example, when we talk to folks using Argo, they'll say, we love Argo, we love using GitOps, and then you talk to them in a bit more detail and it's like, but it's really hard to do dev, test, production stages. The scaling is something that we're struggling with. It works for the Kubernetes part, but actually when you ask them what's your real deployment process, it's like, well, I send an email, I do a thing in ServiceNow, then I change the thing in YAML, then I do some database schema migrations, I call an API. There's an orchestration that exists outside of that. And I think in purely a cloud native community world, the answer is, well, let's reinvent all that with a K in front. But I think, particularly where we focus on the kind of more human elements of how software is delivered, we find we deploy to Kubernetes just as easily as we deploy to other things, and it works really well.
Agreed. Let's talk a little I want to peel back the onion a little bit on multi-tenancy and stuff, because that's not a problem we hear a lot about, but it's nevertheless a problem, right? And let me just further refine that. When I talk about multi-tenancy, it's not only it's multi-home as well, right? The whole idea. Let me give you a little of my history. 2000, friends of mine were starting a company because we saw that eventually applications were going to be distributed, right? This is before modern containers, before, it's even before really the cloud. But we knew that applications were going to be distributed, multi-homed in different data centers around the world, but connected, and that you had to develop management platforms that were going to allow you to manage these multi-home distributed applications. We named that company Lattice Networks. Failed miserably. We were way ahead of our time. We wound up taking what was a little security piece we had developed for it and became a security company.
Yeah.
It's my story. But that world lives now, 20 years later, 24 years later.
Yeah.
Right? And that's kind of the world you're talking about too.
I think there's two parts, but I think you're right. I think there was a period where, is the cloud going to be a place that real enterprises run software? That's been settled, right?
Absolutely.
Of course they do. And then it was, you would see a lot of announcements of like, this car manufacturer is going all in on cloud A. And then, of course, 6 months later, they acquire a company that went all in on cloud B. And so in every one of these enterprises, they have every one of the clouds.
Yep.
And in some ways, that's intentional because they want the ability to move between and kind of make the best of all of the clouds they're in. And in other ways, it's purely accidental, as happens in enterprises. So there's that software delivery challenge. I think there's another one, which is when we ask a customer, okay, you've got some software and describe to us what it does. And then you say, what happens when you get a new customer? What happens there? And if they say, well, the new customer signs up on the website, a row goes into the database, and everything just kind of does its thing, okay, that's the way you've designed that application is the software understands the nature that there's more than one customer, right? So you think of like an accounting system, a new company signs up, they get their own space in the database, but it's one application. But there's a very different class of that, which is, when a new customer signs up, or we open a new site, like we open a new restaurant or a new, hospital, something like that. Then like someone drives out and they install some hardware and they do a bunch of things. Or there's in the cloud, in a SaaS product, there's when a new customer signs up, we provision infrastructure for them. And once upon a time, I think the idea that like a new customer signs up and we're going to provision infrastructure, I mean, that's crazy talk because that meant we're going to phone Dell, we're going to wait, a bunch of time for something to come, we're going to figure out how to rack mount it, find power for it, so no one did that. But then architecturally, I think Kubernetes has changed a lot of that because Kubernetes provides a lot of that density and it simplifies the software layer. And so there's a lot of reasons to do multi-tenancy kind of in a Kubernetes native way. And so we focus a lot on those kind of deployments as well.
That's your spot.
Yeah.
Excellent. What else is happening with the company?
So we're very focused right now on two big things. Obviously, continuing the multi-tenancy thing. We were at Multi-Tenancy Con that was here yesterday, run for the first time.
Yesterday or Monday?
Oh, sorry, Monday. Yes, yeah.
I know that's that jet lag.
I'm on Australian time still.
I gotcha.
And then we talked about multi-tenancy. The focus there, we're doing a lot of work on doing that at scale. So our customers keep scaling, tens of thousands of tenants, infrastructure they're deploying to. So we're working a lot on that. The other part, of course, is Kubernetes, and in particular how we help customers go from doing GitOps, and it works okay for operations workloads, but it doesn't. The jigsaw puzzle doesn't work with CD. I'm changing a line in YAML about what image I'm running, but what Jira tickets were solved as part of that? What source code commits went in? How did it go between dev test and prod? Am I really deploying the same thing? So we're very focused on that. We shipped a lot of things recently around integrations with things like Customize and being able to see the live status of Kubernetes objects as we're deploying them. And the powerful thing there is particularly we talk a lot about platform engineering, and I think the challenge is Kubernetes, like you said, is so complicated that people are trying to set up these platform teams that are going to tackle the complexity of platform engineering so our app developers can just build an app and ship it somewhere. And we're very focused on helping make that work and make it work really well. Yeah.
Love it. Octopus.com. We got to leave them with that. Paul, first of all, I appreciate you, man, making the long flight here. Having done the flight, but more than that, I hope you enjoyed KubeCon, and we'll see you on Techstrong TV, where it's a little bit easier for you on the hours.
Sounds good.
But keep doing what you're doing, man.
Thanks,
appreciate it.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right, Octopus Deploy here live at KubeCon in Chicago. We are going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Good?
Hi, everybody. We are back here in Chicago at the great conference, KubeCon. It's a lot of great fun, great people we're talking to. The showroom is buzzing. I mean, it's kind of days of old here, so it's great to see things are back and big and a lot of fun. So great conversation we're having here with some friends from OpsMX. We're talking a little bit about what OpsMX does and dig into some new announcements. David Green, CRO, and Gopal, what is your last name, Gopal?
Dumedi, Gopal Dumedi.
And great. Well, why don't you start out by talking about what OpsMX is?
Yeah. So, Mitch, we started OpsMX with the vision to fully automate and secure software delivery. That's our vision. There are developers, there is sort of production, and so we, as people are going into Kubernetes and microservices, we realize that automating the delivery and the deployments is a lot of manual task, and we said we should bring intelligence to secure that delivery and deployment aspect. Now with the executive mandate, software supply chain, that's kind of become very, very important.
Yeah.
And so we provide like a deployment firewall, that's what we provide. Most of our customers are like large enterprises. We have some that are small and medium. They tend to have large deployments, Fortune 10 kind of customers. That's what OpsMX.
And mostly deployment into the cloud, or can be private data center too? Or?
Deployment into, both cloud and private data centers.
Okay.
We have in large Kubernetes environments, we deploy into OpenShift, and that's it.
And you mentioned, of course, supply chain security. I mean, there are security requirements, standards, et cetera, but every organization kind of has their own thing, right? You got to adapt.
It's a huge focus right now, right? I mean, if you look at the work around the supply chain, there's generally been two areas of focus. There's been a lot of focus on the production environment when stuff's already running in the real world, or in the developers. But there hasn't been any work to connect those two, and that's really what we're focused on showing here today at KubeCon, is this idea of how do we start to get really an end-to-end view of that application lifecycle from when the developer starts the code, when the code lands into production, right? We're showing our booth, Gopal mentioned the deployment firewall. That's a new capability we just announced a couple of weeks ago that's designed to do automated compliance and policy enforcement as part of software delivery process. Right, so as the release is running through its various approvals and stages and reviews, be able to do that check before it goes into the environment to make sure that you've got your security checks, you understand your security posture, you've got the approvals you need, the environment's ready for it, all those other things you want to make sure are done before you actually put that code out in the wild.
Yeah, usually is that last gate, right? You've got to go through.
The last gate.
We've done everything we're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Got the results we need to see. Right? Somebody pushes the button or whatever they do.
Now it's live, right?
Exactly. It's a last comprehensive gate that makes sure the code, the process, the people, the delivery, and the deployment, all 5 of them have kind of happened, and we are tested.
When you mentioned working with enterprises, some of those deployments I can imagine are pretty complex, right?
Yes.
You know, you're in this cloud, that cloud, Kubernetes here, and something
one
else.
of everything, yes.
I can only imagine some of the issues you might deal with. As you work with customers to kind of figure out how to adapt to that, what are some things you've learned about what they need that you put into the product?
Yes, so you're right. There are lots of deployment targets. Like, you know, some of our customers have 20, 30, and hundreds of target Kubernetes clusters. Scale, some of our customers have 24 to 9, one of our customers has 90,000 pipelines.
Wow.
Right, at million deployments, and we have people who have 9 pipelines too. Right? I think when you have that scale and speed, any security check, any approval that you need to do from a security point of view just becomes hugely onerous from a time sort of people point of view. So we built in ability to fully automate gates based on that application security graph that we have, the end-to-end security graph, which if you think about it at scale and speed, at that scale and speed, it's super hard to keep it fresh. Right? So we built the ability to gate. We also, audit is a big sort of issue, especially when you need to audit at that scale. We build that in. Policy enforcement, like you said, that last gate needs a lot of checks. And sometimes you will be surprised, even large enterprises have very not so security enriched processes, like just changing a certain artifact can push you to production. We built in sort of the deployment firewall actually has come into being after actually working with our customers at scale.
And of course, those 9 pipelines or whatever number, they all do things the same way and follow all the rules.
Exactly the
right?
same. Yeah, exactly
That's what I remember working in an enterprise.
Well, 9 is one, but 90,000 is another.
Yeah, I was going to say, more or less, get to 90,000.
I think that's the key about the scale, right? You have to, the whole shift left movement said let everybody do things their way, which was great from a productivity standpoint, the developer side, right? Yeah. But at the end of the day, you've got to have some way of making sure that some minimum set of standards was enforced, right? And so that's where the automation comes in. And I think the other thing which we're showing here at the booth is how we can start to add intelligence to that automation, right? So, let us actually do an evaluation of a new release, compare it to an existing release, and give you a score that says, from a quality or performance or security standpoint, this release looks like it's ready to go, this one doesn't, right? And we can automate policies on that. Start to be able to generate your own rule set that you might need to enforce with that, right? So, the automation plus the intelligence allows you to scale from the 9 to the 90,000 in a environment that's very unique.
So I would imagine, I used to describe when I was running development teams, it's like when we get ready for a release, like going on a trip. Yeah. We don't want to get in the RV and find out we left stuff. We got to go turn around and go back, right? So, and that takes preparation. Not just that we think we're ready to release, let's do the final check. It's all those stages before. What kind of things do you do to help customers so when they get to that point, it's ready to go, not we have 2,500, whatever the number is, things we got to go back and do.
Well, one of the things we built into the deployment firewall is the ability to do a preview, to do a simulation check, right? So that a developer who's working on a release can say, great, my release is going to go to this target environment. Let me run a check today and see how it lines up against the rules for that environment, right? And so we're not deploying anything. We're just saying, if you were to deploy, this is where you'd be in good shape, and this is where you'd be out of compliance. Right? So we don't want the call. We don't want the call at 1 a.m. when you're in the deployment cycle to say you forgot something, right?
Yeah. Turn around on that vacation.
Exactly. So we're trying to give that visibility early in the process, right? And with that comes reporting, right? Because if you make it easier to make it visible, people can make decisions. One of the problems is for a developer, you got 20 different tools that each have a different data silo, and you're supposed to check all of them, right? We're aggregating all that data into one view as part of getting this end-to-end perspective, so you could just go one place. If I tell you there's an issue, then you go one place to see what that issue is, and then make a decision on how to act.
Yeah, it seems like too, we often talk about security and automation and processes, which are all fantastic. We might think of it as a byproduct, but actually think some of the essential things is all the data we create in that process is what we can use for, for our audits and for compliance, whether it be security or our own internal processes. So you're not writing documentation at the end, right? I've got the data I can present. So I would imagine that is one of the things you've got to do is not just a screen that says we're ready to go, but here you go. Here's all the information that we need to provide to whoever for our policies and procedures and compliance?
Absolutely. The visibility and the checks is one thing, but the auditability from a compliance point of view is another. Incident response, when you have an incident, to be able to trace back to exactly, like for example, you can go into a pod and say, if this failed, which exact PR went into this pod, and how did it get here?
Yeah.
And we're also looking at enriching the security, like you have all the security vendors with CSPMs and Synapse, so enrich their security graph with this data so that they can do better security response. You're absolutely right, I think.
Very good. And you learn from those things too, right?
Yes, yeah.
Go back and make improvements in the flow.
Yeah, AI/ML has been a big part of our original thesis of starting the company, and
I did want to ask you about that too, because it's one of the topics for
it's mandatory for every interview, right?
So. It is. I'm required to bring it up at least
check
42 seconds into the conversation. It's putting AI and ML into our applications and systems and the things that we do, the things we produce. but there's also AI and ML and generative AI that we use on the process of how we create and deliver software. I think one of the particular tricky things about AI, ML, especially generative AI, is like you have to feed data into this. This is not just deploying software and data's generated by someone interacting with it. We're constantly data streams that are going into from multiple sources to feed into these. And so delivering a release isn't just, yes, it's code, but it's also the data content, the data streams that are going into it. How do you account for those kinds
You've been doing some research on that.
odd things that are a little different?
Yeah, so I think the AI ML is in the delivery process used in many different flavors, right? One flavor could be, which we do, is when you do deployment. During the deployment, we use AI ML to understand the behavioral characteristics of an application and understand if there are any security risks that are being sort of generated during the deployment. That's one area. The other area is, we have this data, and we want to be able to predict the policies that you need to have, and also generate the rego or the specification for the policy, and a human can literally say the intent, and that generates the policy, because these policies are very application specific, right? And sort of the third area we see a lot of emphasis is that, especially now that you have these vulnerabilities or policy violations or alerts, the root causing of them is being done with a lot of AI now, especially with the generative AI, with OpenAI APIs, right? They're sort of this. So I see it kind of turning our world into a much more efficient world and much more personalized world. I mean, that's how I see. I don't know if I answered your question, but
well, there's also the piece of, I think you've talked a little bit ago, Paul, about the deployment process itself, the process of deploying machine learning models. It's fundamentally a deployment process, right? Even though there's now data with the code, it's still fundamentally a delivery and deployment process. It's just as a bigger object, right? And so that's one of the new areas we're working on right now in the project. How do we do that
Mitch,
together?
maybe I've missed the question, but I think yes.
I liked your answer anyway. That's the question, but that's okay.
So I think if you take, I gave you the example of this customer who has this 24,000 pipelines, right? 12,000 of their pipelines are actually AI ML models, right?
That's interesting.
Yeah, and so when you do AI ML models follow the same delivery process, but they have model training, and also the model deviation in production. Right, and so
they aren't static things.
Right.
They're static things. They're not static, right? So I think this whole security layer that we have is now we're optimizing it for the ML sort of ops or ML model delivery, and so very interesting sort of challenges that come, even in security, because once you're in production, the behavior of the model could potentially give you a security risk, which was never the case is truly in an application, right? So that's an area that we are being sort of forced, I guess, by customers, because we didn't realize half the pipelines were machine learning models, and so we apply the security layer to that.
Well, that's kind of our industry, right? We don't necessarily know what we're going to be doing.
Exactly.
We have to figure out ways how to
get ready for it.
Right?
Yeah,
it's very interesting. It's a good point about we don't typically deliver a lot of data in our deployment pipelines, right? There's databases in production that we test against and otherwise. In these cases, they're vector databases but it's still learning models that we've adjusted.
And the complexity of these graphs are very interesting, because you all these models are cascaded. If this model works, this data comes in, the next model works. I mean, it's actually very fascinating for us to be able to apply.
It's almost too complex to do it manually.
You can't do it manually.
You can't do it manually, right? You just can't do it.
I mean, I think across the board here, right, the challenge is, the reflex often is, if we're not sure, we'll have a person do it. But the challenge is the people are so overwhelmed, they lack context, right? And so that's where you've got to rely on some kind of automation, intelligence in a system to offload the people. And then you bring the people in on an exception basis when you're really stuck, and they can take the time to really dig in and understand what's happening, right? That's the complementary model we're trying to do.
You're absolutely right. That's a new dimension of delivery that has kind of, in the last 2 years, has really taken off. When you said securing, automating software delivery, that's a new dimension.
Yep.
The models and the data associated with the
Yes.
models.
They didn't think of it. We didn't have that in mind when we started doing CI/CD.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
That's okay. It's adaptable.
Yeah.
So deployment. Anything as you kind of look forward, you're thinking about where you might go or where the industry might go in your domain in the next 6 or 12 months, or what's kind of top of mind of here's the next set of challenges we might look at?
I think the one is driven by, the first challenge is driven by, as an industry, a lot of scale of Kubernetes. The scale of Kubernetes is kind of taking off, right? And so as that scale of Kubernetes takes off, people underestimate the complexity of deployments and securing deployments. And so today, in fact, somebody came to a booth and he asked the exact question, and I asked him, like, how do you know? He said, well, rest of the guys are going to see it 6 to 9 months from now. So I think scale will drive the need for automating security. I think that's one. I think the second is that there are a lot of, as in the software delivery, there are a lot of these tools, security tools that need to be inserted, like, this can, and so on and so forth. I think that we are also seeing a little bit of a consolidation to say, hey, I want the delivery bill of materials for the entire delivery to be understood. I think that's another sort of trend that is just starting, and I think that's the tip of the iceberg. Once we have that delivery bill of materials and this application graph, you can do lots of interesting things, including some generative AI way to understand, how things happen. I mean, it's I think a new frontier that we can hit. But both these we're hoping will make the need for what OpsMX provides, deployment firewall and the delivery bill of materials, etc., ubiquitous, right? I mean, hoping that's kind of that's how we think of from first principles as to how the industry and us can probably help.
Interesting. Well, where can folks find out more? Go kick the tires or whatever they do.
We got a couple of, obviously if you're here at KubeCon, we're in booth P14. We've got demos and giveaways happening here. Our website, opsmx.com, has got more information. For people who want to try out the solution, we've got demo environments, trial environments they can go to kind of see for themselves how this sort of compliance and sandbox might work for themselves, deployment firewall.
That's one of those things, you kind of have to see it work,
you want
right?
to see it work,
really
test drive it, right?
Yeah, that's the way I am.
So.
That kinetic learning, I want to see it.
We'll sign you up, Mitch.
Absolutely, and feedback for us is most important. We need customers to kind of, kick the tires and make us work hard.
Great. Well, David Gopal, thank you so much.
Great.
Be sure and check out the OpsMX website and all the great content. If you're here, check out their booth as well. Thank you for joining us for this discussion. We'll be back in a few minutes with another great interview, so hang tight.
Hi everyone, we're back here live in Chicago at KubeCon, day 2 afternoon. I guess there must be a lull in the sessions because I see more people walking around the floor. But it's good. I hope, by the way, usually, at home we shoot, for those at home, we usually shoot into our background, which has our logos and everything. But we tried something a little different this year. We're shooting out into the crowd to give you a sense of what's going on here at the show. And interested in your feedback if you want to go on it's not Twitter anymore, X or LinkedIn or Facebook.
Whatever it is right now.
Right, or wherever you go, let us know what you think. We're interested in your comments. So you can even email us, Techstrong TV at techstronggroup.com. Anyway, our next guest is first time here on Techstrong TV. His name is Rotem Tamir.
Yes.
I got it right?
You got it right.
Okay. Rotem, well, why don't you tell them your company and your title? Go ahead.
Sure. So I'm the CTO, co-founder of a company called Ariga. We started the company something like 3 years ago, based in Israel. And we work on Atlas. Atlas is an open source project that lets you manage your database schema as code.
Okay. So let's back up a little bit because it was fast for the people at home. The name of the company is Ariga.
Ariga, yes.
But how do you spell that?
A-R-I-G-A.
And the website?
ariga.io.
Ariga.io.
Yep.
Before we jump into Atlas,
sure.
And maybe we'll go do Atlas first, but Ariga is sort of a commercial company built around Atlas,
Yes,
or Atlas
that's
is just one of the...
It's correct. Ariel, my co-founder, and I started Ariga 3 years ago around an open source project that he started when he was working at Facebook. He open sourced an ORM for Go, an entity framework for Go that's called Ent. It gained a lot of popularity. It's actually part of the Linux Foundation today. And we started the company around that, and Atlas kind of grew from there.
Really?
Yeah.
So let's talk about the relationship then between Atlas and Ent.
Sure. So Ent is an entity framework for Go. It means that if you're a backend developer and you need to access a database, Ent is a very popular and convenient way of doing that. Basically, you define your data model in Go, and Ent has a very strong code generation engine that can generate database access code, gRPC servers, GraphQL servers. And one of the needs that every entity framework or every ORM has is to somehow manage the database schema. And we had something natively part of Ent for a while, but then we got a lot more demand and need from the community, and that's where Atlas kicked in as an independent project.
I love it. I'm glad we got that straight. Now, Atlas is an independent project. It's not part of CNCF or anything.
Correct.
Basically, your company is
maintaining it.
Yep. Got it. And we're going to come back to Atlas. Now let's turn to Monday here at KubeCon.
Yeah.
You spoke at ArgoCon, which is one of the zero-day conferences. And
absolutely.
we actually had Dan Garfield here earlier, who is one of the maintainers for Argo.
My co-speaker was Kostis from Dan's company, from CodeFresh.
From CodeFresh. What did you speak about?
So the topic of our talk was how to update databases the GitOps way. So how to apply GitOps principles to database schema management.
Love it. And how was it received?
I think it went very well. I think there is a lot of need and interest in this topic. Actually, what led us to choose this topic among others is that it's one of the most popular or recurring questions in the Argo CD Slack channel on the CNCF Slack.
You know, and as Dan shared with us earlier, Argo is actually the third most popular project in CNCF now, right? Behind Kubernetes and Open Telemetry.
Yep.
Excellent, excellent. Now, let's talk about Ariga.
Yeah.
What does it do around Atlas, and you know, how do you, what's the commercial aspect to it?
Okay, so great question. So Atlas is a schema management tool. It allows, it's kind of like a Terraform for databases. managing databases is one of these old problems that has been around for a while, but when we started working on Atlas, we felt that the tool set, or the tools that were available to us as developer, most of them were like almost 20 years old, and they spawned at the kind of the dawn of the DevOps revolution. So we felt there was a need to kind of update the paradigm, use like modern DevOps principles like infrastructure as code and declarative management, and do like a native CI integrations. And what we saw was the project caught on very early. We got a front page of Hacker News much earlier than we had planned. But Atlas was supposed to be some sidekick project. It wasn't meant to be the main thing we do. But
God laughs at men's plans, right?
Exactly. And what we've seen in the past year and a half is the amount of downloads for Atlas grow something like 30% month over month. So it's been becoming very, very popular. And what we saw was companies and organizations that started to adopt it have specific needs that come when the organization becomes larger, and you need more things. So this June we released Atlas Cloud. We announced it in the media. We got a very good reception from our community. And Atlas Cloud is our commercial product. We have a team plan, an enterprise plan, like many open source companies do. Yep.
I love it, Pat. So, is this your first KubeCon here, or no?
That's a great question. I was in KubeCon once before in 2017.
Seattle?
In Austin.
Oh, in Austin.
In
okay.
Austin, yeah. And I was just, a young tech lead back then. I didn't ever think I was going to start.
Actually, that was very early, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was, there were like 5,000 people then, and it was sensational that so many people care about Kubernetes. So as a young tech lead there, it was a very, profound experience for me to come to this place and have so many like-minded people that just love technology and love open source. And I didn't plan to be a founder back then, but I think it kind of had its impact in paving my path.
What's your impression of this year?
It's become much bigger. I must say that as a founder, you have much less time to visit the talks, and it's more about meeting the people.
Tell me about it.
More about meeting the people, and I got to meet some good friends and good partners, and to talk to some very interesting companies. And so that's what this KubeCon's been mostly about for me.
I mean, the energy is still here, right? The enthusiasm for open source. And
yep.
So I've been going to every KubeCon since, COVID started 2020.
Yeah.
So I've been going to everyone since 2018. Seattle was the first one I went to. And what always amazes me is the enthusiasm of the community. But you're right, it's grown, it's matured. It's not what I've come to realize is back then I only called it KubeCon.
Yeah.
Now it's Cloud Native more than KubeCon in many ways.
It's become much bigger.
Right. The observability piece, the GitOps of Argo and everything like that.
Yeah.
Serverless, security, right? It was not as big as...
As Kubernetes became the operating system for the enterprise, we needed as a community to deal with all of these enterprise problems. And all these projects spun up. In the first, I think after the first KubeCon I attended, this slide on the CNCF website with all the ecosystem.
Remember them? Yeah, what a mess.
Well, back then it had like 16
logos. It wasn't
logos.
as messy, right.
And now it has, I think, like over 200. So it's really amazing what everybody here is doing.
Yeah.
And people come from their domains of expertise and build standards, so we can build companies and really cool stuff upon.
I love it. Any other impressions of KubeCon this year?
Nothing that comes to mind.
No. Let's talk a little bit more about the company, if you don't mind then.
Sure.
For our people at home, they're not here.
Yeah.
Right? Because, well, maybe they are, but most of them are not here.
Yeah.
How did they engage with the company? Like, what's the on-ramp to work with you guys?
Sure. So at its core, before you talk about Atlas Cloud or our different integrations, I think that anybody that's managing a back-end application has some sort of database. And this database, especially when you're talking about relational databases, this database has a schema, right? It's made of tables and columns and indices and relationships. And this thing kind of evolves over time. And DevOps, if you think about, is really about managing change. We want to be able to constantly evolve our application as our understanding of the world evolves, as the market pushes us to do new features. So what, at its core, Atlas is about enabling change to your database in a safe way. I think 20 years ago, when the current generation of database management tools got created, many organizations still had a DBA. Right? They had a professional that read the whole database manual, and they really knew exactly what we're doing. Today, teams are expected to manage their own infrastructure, and so a lot of this expertise has kind of, disappeared.
Yeah.
And the idea for creating a specialized tool, a modern DevOps tool for managing this change, is to codify all of these decades of expertise of managing databases in a way that kind of the developer just says, I want my database to look like this, and you let automation figure stuff out, how to do it in a safe way. So the way people find about us is that they look for modern database management tools. One of the popular Google searches is Terraform for databases. People hope that there is something like that, and well, it does.
And that's what comes out for you.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to ask you one hard question.
Please do.
Have you thought about donating Atlas or giving Atlas to the CNCF and let it become a CNCF project?
That's an excellent question. I think that open source is an amazing, if you think about it as a human race, a very, very amazing way to collaborate and share ideas. I think there are many modes of operating an open source company, and I think the CNCF works best when your goal is to achieve a new standard in the industry. It's one of the things that we're always deliberating with our investors, but we are not yet convinced that this is the case. It's hard enough to build a successful business on open source software, and I think foundations have a lot of advantage in terms of creating a standard, but it really makes things difficult for building a successful business. So I wish. So
there's that tension.
Yeah.
Between pure, let's call it pure open source, and a commercial entity. Mm-hmm. I've been involved in open source a long time, and in my world, we've seen different modes of open source. First was kind of I call it the cathedral and the bazaar, remember, the book, right?
Yep.
Where it was very laissez-faire. It was very wild, wild west.
Yeah.
We didn't want the man in there and all that. Then we went to, I call it the big brother phase of open source.
Okay.
Where you had projects that were they were owned by a single vendor. Mm-hmm. And that vendor ran the project, theoretically for the good of the community, but really for the good of their business.
Yep.
And then we went into what I call the foundational era of open source, where, it was never as successful as it was in the foundational era. And one of the reasons is because when you go with that model, it allows co-opetition, right? Yeah. Companies that would otherwise be competitors cooperate with the idea that the rising tide will lift all boats, absolutely. Right? And I think that works for a lot of...
I think the problem is, and I really hope we figure out a way as an industry around this, because this co-opetition is really beautiful, and look at all of this amazing engineering that people are doing. The problem is when competition isn't fair, it's between David and Goliath.
Right.
And I don't want to call out specific companies, but not all of them have been equally contributing to open source, and some of them have been...
Some think writing like everything else in life, some think writing a check is enough.
Yeah.
Others think, look, I contribute a lot of code, I shouldn't have to write a check.
Yeah.
I don't have that kind of money. And others are just parasites, quite frankly, right?
I think there's the contribution aspect that needs to be fair, and I think vendors today are more mindful of that and are contributing employee hours or just money. But I think as a startup, it's really hard for me, like as I'm an engineer, right? What do I know about building a sales organization? I'm learning this, right? But I'm if I'm competing against a 30, 40-year-old American company that has a really well-oiled machine, I think that's where maybe competition is not like, it's not a level playing field. Yeah.
So I think though, but that's something that the Linux Foundation, and I don't mean to call it the Linux Foundation, there are other foundations.
Yeah.
I think that's something that the foundation has to be the referee.
Yeah.
Right? They've got to try to even that out, because it's not that's the whole point of it, is that everybody, sort of has a seat at the table.
Yep.
And granted, look, bigger companies, right, bigger paid, bigger checks and everything else, it's capitalism.
Yep.
But it's absolutely a thing. But I also think that an open source project has to be of a certain maturity for it to take advantage of what a Linux Foundation has to offer.
I agree.
Right? I think it needs, and I don't mean it in the wrong way, but it needs an incubation period before it incubates it here.
Yeah.
To get sort of a critical mass. Make sense?
I agree. I think foundations give a lot of structure to open source.
Yeah.
And that structure is good because it provides guardrails, but it's also a overhead, right? That we as a young company not always can afford to pay.
Agreed. Well, Tim, thank you
Thanks
so
a lot,
much.
man. Thanks for having me.
What's the website again?
I'll give the website for Atlas. atlasgo.io.
atlasgo.io. Go check that out. We are live in Houston. We're live in Chicago. For KubeCon. We'll be back in a minute with our next guest. Hey everyone, welcome back. We're here live. We're live in Chicago at KubeCon. It's day 2. And this is a special segment that I've been looking forward to bringing to you all out there. You know, the CNCF and Linux Foundation in general really eats their own dog food when they talk about trying to be all-inclusive and enabling for every segment of our community. And one of the vital segments in our community is our people who are hearing impaired, the deaf and hard of hearing community, which is part of the bigger CNCF. And they're represented here at KubeCon, Cloud Native Con. And I'm very happy to have 2 of the leaders of that community. To my immediate right is Rob, and to my far right is Destiny.
Hello.
And if we could say, and then off camera, because they said they didn't have as pretty a shirt as I do, off camera are 2 sign language interpreters who are signing what I'm saying right now to Destiny and Rob. And look, we didn't rehearse this, so we're going to give it a try, but we're going to ask Destiny and Rob some questions. They're going to sign their answers to our interpreters who are mic'd up, and we'll give the answers for you and our audience. So we hope this works. If it doesn't, we may stop and start. We'll give it our best shot. So first of all, Rob and Destiny, thank you. Thank you for coming here today. I wanted to ask you first a little bit about your background. Rob, you mentioned you were doing COBOL programming many years ago. Tell us a little about your background.
I graduated school with an economics degree. I came into work and I was seeing the workflow was very slow. It was paper driven. It was just not efficient. So then I came up with, just on the side, I went to the bookstore at that time. You know, this is when we had good bookstores. And so I got a computer book and got a copy of the book and started studying it and learning how to program just from the book. And then I asked my boss, do you mind if I have some time to develop an idea that I have? And came up with this idea, turned it over to my boss, and they were overwhelmed. They loved it. You know, here I had all this power in my hands, so it was quite amazing, just in my fingers. So that was it. I was hooked in software development from that day on. And so now I've kind of worked my way up. I do more managing now, but I will, you know, always cherish looking back on those days.
Fantastic. And Destiny, what about your journey?
Well, I just started in tech. I'm learning and studying up right now. I am involved in the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Working Group for the past couple of months, and it's been amazing.
Fantastic. So we mentioned the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Learning Group. If you could share with our audience, kind of what is the mission? What is the Deaf and Hard of Hearing group trying to do?
Do you want to go or do you want me to answer?
Well, I guess I say our mission right now is to educate conferences and anyone really about what to do to accommodate us and provide accessibility for us. Also helping the deaf and hard of hearing advance their tech careers by providing and being able to request for accommodation for accessibility. So just make open doors for us.
And then also adding tools and giving back to the community where, you know, if they have better tools, better tooling, if there's better ways to do things, maybe there's a faster approach or a cheaper approach, we want to share that information within the community.
That's fantastic. Besides the CNCF Cloud Native Con, KubeCon, what other events are you involved in trying to, you know, bring this to the deaf and hard of hearing community?
We have, each member of the group hosts a monthly meeting, like a happy hour, and we have that set up globally. And then we also have, we try to accommodate for all the different time zones. And then it's also really nice because the sign language, people might not realize it's different in different parts of the world. And so I'm learning signs from other countries and people in Europe, Germany, maybe Belgium, because the way they sign is different. And so we're able to exchange signs and share information about the tech world, and that is amazing. Because then we can actually come up with signs. It's really hard there's not a lot of signs out there for tech. I sign, but at times it can be awkward the way that the sign that I use, and then I get what they're using in Europe, and I'll apply their sign to what we have in the US. So the programming language Python, we, for a long time in the US, were signing snake, but it's not a snake. So that over in Sweden, they use this sign, Python, so I was able to adopt that sign and use that. So it just depends on the context.
Yeah, I think, like I said, this is my first time at KubeCon and first time at a conference, so the whole thing is new, and I'm happy to join. And we do the monthly meeting, like he said, and yeah, so I've been able to come here, and I've been really enjoying my journey so far.
I love it. Destiny, there's people out here in the audience, maybe they're deaf or hard of hearing, or they have family members and friends who are. You're new. Well, how did you talk about how you got involved, and how people maybe there's someone out there who says it inspires them to get involved. What advice would you give them? What should they do?
I would say go for it. If you see an interest in something, just go for it all the way. If you can't find support out there, find us. We will fully support you. We have a whole team. Before, I had no support, and I joined this group, and I have had this support from day one. And so I've been able to pick up all of these things, and now here I did a keynote, which was fantastic.
We really want to be a resource center for everybody out there, for the community. So anybody out there that's interested, we're resources for you. So is there a website or anything that people can go to get information?
Yes, we do have one.
What's the website?
It's the Cloud Native, so CNCF, under accessibility. That's where you'll find our deaf and hard of hearing working group information.
Love
so
that.
Go there.
Now, let's talk about, in many ways, coding makes no difference if you could hear or not, right? Because you're just coding. And so it's in many ways an equalizer. Why don't we see more deaf and hard of hearing people, you think, in this field?
To be honest with you, many people don't think that we're capable of doing that type of work. We need role models for people to be seeing out there so that we can really fight to have that awareness out there that we can do it. But, yeah.
I guess I look at it differently because I would think that, look, we all have challenges, but when it comes to coding, I would think regardless of a person's hearing or not, whether they code well is what they code well. I mean, that's...
Yeah, because, to be honest with you, again, many deaf people out there in tech are invisible, and people maybe don't know that they're deaf.
Okay, could be.
So, yeah, there was a guy who came here named Wes. He's amazing. He is involved in Gen AI and all this stuff, but we've never seen him before. And, maybe he hasn't been around particular parts of the deaf community. So people are out there. We just need to get them aware and show themselves,
I love it. Let's talk a little bit about, are there any special tools or special programs, courses? Like I know from personal experience, right? There are schools and programs for deaf and hard of hearing people, children. are there any courses or programs that maybe the CNCF, that this working group can help bring to these schools so that we can get more deaf, hard of hearing children started early? Because starting early is key to this. Yes? No? And if so, where?
Yeah, we have a nonprofit called deafkidscode.org, I believe, is it? Yep.
Yes, and they have courses online that are posted. Deaf Kids Code. You can register, and then it'll teach Python. It'll teach how to interact with databases. I should probably add Kubernetes, I think, to that website.
Well, we're here at KubeCon. Yeah, maybe.
But there are materials slowly going out there, and many companies are providing courses online. Most of the courses are pretty good. They're well built, and they have subtitles for the most part, and so that's number one for us. That's the accessibility that we need. As long as there are subtitles for all of the courses, that's super beneficial.
Yeah, and so we contribute. I'm hoping to contribute to Deaf Kids Code in the future as well.
So I want to make sure we got that right. It's deafkidscode.org, right?
Correct, yes.
So besides giving a keynote, what's been your favorite part of the conference?
Networking, meeting people, knowing what they do, getting to know all of them, and just interacting. It's been really amazing.
And finding people that we know. I think people I know in past lives, I'm like, oh my gosh, who are you? I recognize you, but I forgot your name. But seeing them again, and then also there's new faces. So it's great just meeting people.
It's a real community feel here. Just being around it, I love it.
That's fantastic. Very good. So the next KubeCon, of course, is in Paris in March. Yep. Will the working group have people there? Or is it just North America?
We are very much hoping.
That would be great.
No promises, but I feel like there will be at least 3 that should be there from the working group. We have European members, so I'm sure they should be able to go.
Excellent. So deafkidscode.org was one, and also cncf.org/accessibility deaf and hard of hearing working group. Right? That's where people can get more information.
Yep.
Well, Rob, Destiny, thank you for coming on today. We appreciate you coming out here. We appreciate our interpreters and speakers off camera. And thank you very much. And we're so glad to have you part of this community.
And
thank you. Thank you for having us.
All right.
Really appreciate you having us. And thank you for, sponsoring and supporting us in this.
It's our pleasure. Hey, one of the great feel-good things about CNCF, they talk the talk, they walk the walk. They do try to be inclusive. Check this out. If you know anyone maybe who's deaf or hard of hearing, coding is a great career for them. And there are people here who are living examples that they could be successful. So go check it out, and we'll be back in a moment with our next guest here at KubeCon. checking here. Hey, everyone. Oh, we're here. Just a little ad lib. Anyway, we're live. We're live in Chicago, day 2 of CubeCon. Really happy to be joined by our friend Austin Parker. Same Austin, different hat.
Quite literally.
Quite literally.
Yeah, literally
different
changed hats this year.
So, for those who watch Techstrong, Austin's a frequent, infrequent, not as often as we'd like, guest on Techstrong TV. But we always love to catch up with Austin when we're at an event where Austin is. And happened to be here at CubeCon this year, so we were able to lasso him on in. Austin, first of all, welcome and thanks for coming on.
Thank you so much for having me. It's always an absolute pleasure, and definitely made some room in the calendar for this chat.
I appreciate you, man. So, Austin, we're going to talk about 2 things today. The first thing I want to talk about is the hat, right?
Oh.
So new hat,
New hat.
logo.
New logo.
It goes with a new job.
Yeah.
A new Austin.
A new outlook on life.
Yeah. Tell us, what's the deal?
So, as longtime viewers might know, I was at Lightstep for quite a few years. We got acquired by ServiceNow, and it's a great team over there. ServiceNow builds an amazing product that solves huge problems for huge companies. But it was time to make a change. Sometimes you gotta get back into the startup life, and I looked at what was out there, and Honeycomb really aligned with what I think is important about both as a place to work, but also what's important about observability and open telemetry, and we share a lot of the same values around that. So I started a couple months ago. You might have seen it on LinkedIn, and I'm super excited to be Honeycomb's Director of Open Source.
Absolutely. So there you have it. Honeycomb's Director of Open Source, Austin Parker. Now, just the same way Austin's no stranger to us, either is Honeycomb, or neither is Honeycomb. Of course, Christina Charity Majors is a frequent guest on our video series. Liz Fong Jones is, of course, very well known out of Honeycomb. They're a great company.
Fantastic.
In many ways, they kind of helped invent the observability market ecosystem, if you will. What kind of you spoke about an alignment, Austin? What do you think was the alignment? Like what go a little deeper on that.
So I think there's especially when you're at a startup, there's always trade-offs, right? And even at big companies, there's trade-offs, but they're different kinds. But when I looked around and I looked at, one thing I spent a lot of time researching is what's new in observability. And if you look, if you look around us right now, there's quite a few, observability tools popping into the market, and a lot of those are built on the strength of open telemetry. Enabling universal standard instrumentation for things like metrics, logs, and traces, and that has freed up just so much room for people to experiment and invent new things and innovate without having to make these really big investments into instrumenting a Node.js server for the 14th time today, right? And what I noticed, a lot of these new companies have in common is that they all look a lot like Honeycomb from a technology perspective. They're bringing together metrics, logs, and traces. They're putting it in a wide column store database, and so you can have infinite cardinality, and you can do these really interesting queries, and you can see what's different and what's similar, and it's like that's all a lot like Honeycomb. And one of the things I've learned over the years is that one of the biggest indicators that you've got it right is when you have people copying you.
Right.
And I figured, hey, if you're gonna, why mess with the knockoff? Just go straight to the source, right? So I'm very, I think they've got I've said this before, I've always been impressed by what they've built, right? They've built this amazing tool for experts. I think what is different about them and a lot of people is because they have this strong foundation to build on, we can take that and go towards something that is for everyone.
because I think Honeycomb gets a little bit of a bad rap as being like this really complicated, hard to use thing. And it, depending on how you're approaching it, it can be or can't be. But one thing that I think we can do better at is being, a product literally for everybody, right? No matter where you are on your understanding of observability, your journey towards it. I've read the Charity's book, and it's a great book. Not everyone wants to read a 3 or 4 books before they start using a product, right? So, and this isn't just Honeycomb, this is everyone in kind of this space. We make it really hard for people to just jump in and find answers to problems. And I think it's interesting if you think back to 10, 15 years ago, companies like New Relic, how did they get started? They got started providing pretty straightforward answers to common questions in things like Ruby applications. And we've lost that a little bit with all of this like observability pipelines and AI and secret scanning. All the breadth of things you can do now has made everything very complex. And now the tools are almost as complex as the things that you're trying to observe with the tools. So to that end, I think we have a really great proof point of how this can work. So last week we introduced Honeycomb for Kubernetes, which is an opinionated, basically an opinionated set of features on top of Honeycomb that let you really quickly and easily get started sending OpenTelemetry data from your Kubernetes cluster, from your application to Honeycomb, and then we curate that data. We only give you what you need to know, as an application developer, because there's a lot of, Kubernetes is super complex, tons to it. You don't need all that data though to understand how is Kubernetes affecting your app and vice versa. So we curate that data stream, we give you exactly what you need, we put it in places that are easy for you to access, and we guide you to it. We say, hey, we see you're using Kubernetes, so we're going to just show you these things. And I think that's an example of how these very powerful platforms can be used to provide these really curated experiences that don't require you to necessarily read all these books first.
So, I have my own theory. Surprise.
Hit me with it.
So I think when you look at the observability space, right, and especially as it relates to companies that look similar to Honeycomb, there's a couple of reasons. One is sort of, I call, a parallel evolution. You got a certain fact pattern, a certain problem you're trying to solve, and there's a lot of ways to skin the cat, but if you truly do have the best way to solve the problem, other people are going to come at it and come to that same conclusion.
Sure.
So parallel evolution. Secondly, it's just flat out copycats, right? There's always people, and I've been in tech, Austin, longer than you.
Oh, sure.
There's someone who says, we could do what they do and just change some of the names to protect the innocent and do it cheaper and better, or at least cheaper.
Yeah, no, imitations is a serious form of flattery, right?
Absolutely. So there is that as well. But then I think unique to observability is not, in spite of what you might say, is not an easy problem to solve.
Absolutely.
Right? And I think one of the big successes of the CNCF was moving beyond Kubernetes to open source projects like OpenTelemetry, like Prometheus, that allowed the whole community access to these tools that gave us the insights and the ability to wrap our arms around the data, because observability is a big data issue in many ways.
You're exactly right. I think that's one of the things. So it's been on the topic of OpenTelemetry. I've been involved in that since the beginning. I was actually, I just was elected to the OpenTelemetry Governance Committee, which we make sure it's working for end users and contributors alike, right?
Yep.
So one of the things that we're doing right now is we're really trying to take a look at where are things in the project. And I was talking about this earlier this week at Observability Day, where the things that we set out to do 5 years ago, we have done. We said we were going to have metrics, traces, logs. We were going to deprecate open tracing, deprecate open census, and have this stuff done. Now, at the time, we said we'd do it in 6 months. So it took a little bit longer than that. However, we've achieved our original goals. And now the question becomes, where do we go from here? So I think there's a couple of things that involves, but one of them, to your point about data, is I think OpenTelemetry is really proving to be a black swan event for the entire monitoring / observability industry, because it's changed. Previously, you would have these vertically integrated, instrumentation, storage, query, visualization, alerting, all these things at the top, and it was all really bound together. But now with OpenTelemetry, it knocks it all on its side, because now the instrumentation, the actual data itself, is down here and it's independent of everything above it. Which means that the storage can now become sort of independent. The query layer can become independent. The visualization layer can become independent. And I think the future of observability tools looks a lot less like a platform where you're just getting every single possible thing you could want in the same provider, and more almost like a toolbox of best-in-class tools that different teams are going to use, and it's all going to operate on sort of the shared data layer, this data lake. And how companies are going to differentiate themselves is going to be two ways. One, how they help you manage this tsunami of data that OpenTelemetry gives you, and building those curated experiences and figuring out what you need to know and what you can kind of throw away or you can look at later. And two, building really interesting and unique sort of visualization, alerting, understandability kind of tooling.
Absolutely. Now, I don't want to make it all about OpenTelemetry, but look, it's the second largest project in the CNCF, and for good reason.
Yeah.
And one of the interesting things about Honeycomb, though, you spoke about it earlier about it being an original, is Honeycomb was offering solutions in this area before there was an OpenTelemetry.
Yeah. I mean, I see Honeycomb has always had a very hey, just send us what you got, right? You can have data that works in Honeycomb even if it's not OpenTelemetry data. If you have your own internal tool you've built that gives you these wide context-rich events with some sort of correlation ID on them, then we'll accept that. You send us JSON and we'll take it. What OpenTelemetry lets you do is it's those curated experiences, right? Because if you're just sending us stuff, we don't have semantic information, we don't have the metadata to actually know, what is your environment like, what is your architecture like. OpenTelemetry gives that kind of structure, and we can build a lot of cool stuff on top of that structure. So a really great example is if you're in Honeycomb, there's a little field on the side, and all of the different attributes that you have in your data show up there. You can search through them. And so you see things like K8s dot, foo.bar.baz, whatever. We can just populate that with the description of what it does that comes with it through OpenTelemetry. So if you're an engineer and you're like, I see, I'm getting an alert on something and I don't know what this does, we just tell you right there, right? And I think goes to the point. OpenTelemetry frees us up, and really the rest of the industry, from having to kind of build that base layer, and lets us focus on actually providing really good experiences for our customers, so that they can build better experiences for their customers.
I love it. I want to move away from OpenTelemetry, I want to come back to your new role.
All right.
Director of Open Source.
Yeah.
What's that mean exactly?
So, what I'm looking to do is a couple things. Honeycomb has always been a big part of the OpenTelemetry community, but one thing people don't realize is that we're very cloud native. Honeycomb runs on Kubernetes. We have a very modern, stack, and rely on a lot of the open source technologies that the CNCF has its home there. So one thing I'm really interested in doing is giving back almost, right? We we announced it, but it's not like it's not a secret, so I can tell you.
Okay, let's not get in trouble. But
we're not going to get in trouble. But so one thing we announced very recently is Honeycomb for open source, and we're partnering with the Linux Foundation. Any Linux Foundation or CNCF project that needs observability for their project, we are offering complimentary paid Honeycomb accounts to, right? And it's things like that where we can go and we can give back to the people that are helping build the software that powers, the world at this point. So the other thing is we're really trying to figure out how we can invest and grow the open telemetry community, grow the cloud native observability community, right? Because the way I look at it, the more of these projects and the more of these tools, your databases, whatnot, if they're emitting open telemetry data, then they are able to be used with Honeycomb. So we want to help inspire that, and we want to help, teach people like, hey, this is how you do this, and this is, why it's beneficial. So, and then some Austin stuff.
Some Austin stuff.
Maybe no more Animal Crossing DevOps conferences, but we'll see.
All right, we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens.
Hey, man, I'm glad you landed here, though. I think it's a great match, Honeycomb and Austin Parker. No matter where you are, you do good stuff, man. It's always a pleasure. Austin Parker, Director of Open Source at Honeycomb. What, board member of Open Telemetry?
Governance Committee.
Governance Committee of Open Telemetry.
Governance.
We're here live in Chicago. We're going to wrap up day 2 shortly, so hang in there. We'll be right back. everyone, we're back. We're here in Chicago at KubeCon. We're wrapping up our day 2 coverage. Our last guest for day 2 will be back tomorrow, though. But let me introduce you to Kyle Campbell, right?
That's right.
Kyle is the founder of CTO.ai, and we're going to find out about CTO.ai and a little bit about what they're doing here at KubeCon. But before we do that, Kyle, first of all, welcome.
Thank you.
Second of all, let's hear a little bit about Kyle.
Yeah, thanks.
Tell us your kind of journey.
Yeah, well, first of all, great to meet you in person. I've talked in the past.
Yep.
Yeah, so my journey, I've told this story before, a little unconventional. I grew up in Nova Scotia in Canada, small town.
Yep.
Been on the internet since the age of 8 and just had no interest in the formal path. So I've been building software from the early days of the .com boom. I may not look at it, but I got some of the scar tissue.
Yep.
But I was self-taught software engineer, so open source was like the key to my success and good developer tools. And I came up through the cloud and open source era and then started founding developer platforms in 2014. The first company I built was a developer platform in the real estate space.
Okay.
Zillow acquired it in about 8 months, which was interesting.
Very.
And then I bootstrapped a DevOps agency quite successfully and started to find that there was a lot of opportunity for next generation developer platforms, which led me to CTO.ai.
Excellent, man. What a great story, too.
Yeah.
Still up in Nova Scotia?
I'm not. I moved to the other side of the country. I live in British Columbia now.
Good for you.
Love the outdoors. Spent a lot of time with my son, camping, fishing, and trying to get outdoors and just enjoy
it's
the
beautiful. I mean, not that Nova Scotia is not beautiful.
Yeah.
It's brutal in the winter,
Yes.
but it's a beautiful country.
Yeah.
Part of the country. Let's talk CTO.ai
Sure.
now. So, look, I've founded multiple companies myself. Every founder I've ever interviewed or spoken with in 30 years, they don't just wake up and say, oh, I feel like founding a company today.
Yeah.
There's kind of like Richard Dreyfuss and Close Encounters of the Third Kind, right? There's something driving you, like, I got to do this. This needs to get done. What was driving you that needed to get done here with CTO.ai?
Yeah, I mean, as I described my past, a lot of my journey was self-taught and stand on the shoulders of giants. And really important thing for me was developer experience and ease of use and tooling early on in my career, because that enabled me to really drive my competencies as a developer and keep up with these people who had computer science degrees and masters and all these things, right? So when I thought about that, and I also thought about where the future is going and my passion for platform engineering, it became pretty obvious to me that what was missing in the market was a set of tools that were designed to embrace the future of developer experience and how AI can impact that from code to cloud. So in 2016 or so, I started experimenting with the idea, and through 2020, I decided to formally launch CTO.ai as a developer control plane, is what we call it. The way to think about it is it's a modern CI/CD platform where teams can compose their workflow across build, deployment, test, and preview. And as they work with these tools, they can interact with them in the CLI, Slack, GitHub, talk to these workflows through sort of a prompt-based model. And we collect telemetry data that allows them to then measure that against DORA metrics, which is, a
standard.
Yeah, it's a standard, and I think, frankly, an empirical way to measure the developer experience. We don't try to measure developer productivity. We think that's the wrong question to ask. The question is, how do I measure the experience the developer has in the same way that I would measure the experience my users have with my product? And if what we're doing is building platforms to enable developer experience, we need a natively integrated way to measure that. And we also think that that measurement is a way to pave a future between how the developers experience those tools and how AI can support the developer experience and enhance developers with, frankly, superpowers over time.
So, I was recently at a couple of user conferences, big DevOps companies. And it was interesting, 3 conferences all used the same metric, which is that developers only spend about 30% of their time developing.
State of DevOps report 2018, I think?
Yeah. But it's been, it was in there, and it's been kind of verified in several others.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? Is good thing, bad thing, something to be proud of, something we should be working on? What's the deal?
Yeah, well, I take a pretty practical point of view in that as a software engineer, my goal is to release features that customers love and drive business value. And if I can do that at a higher velocity while maintaining quality, I mean, I think that is a way that I, as an individual, can contribute to the success of the business and the team. But I think what often happens is we get really obsessed about the individual developer, and I think any developer who looks at the idea that they only spend 30% of their time adding value isn't going to like that very much. And I think we need to reframe the conversation away from developer productivity towards like developer enablement, and look at the tooling and the process that the developer experience promotes and how developers go from code to cloud, and ask ourselves as a business leader, as a CTO, who we work with a lot, like, is the tooling and the workflow that we're supporting our team with and that developer experience, what they're experiencing, is that driving results? And I think Dora Metrics is an empirical way to measure that, obviously through anecdotes and surveys, but like what we've really innovated on is creating a vertical integration with the tool chain that allows you to measure that in real time and then iterate on the tools quickly. And some of the teams can really own that themselves. And what the businesses should be doing is zooming out and asking themselves, how do we maximize the amount of time developers spend without, individualizing that consideration? There's an inner loop and there's an outer loop. And what Dora is really good for is measuring the outer loop of how we work in aggregate of teams. We need next generation platforms that make this data and this context more accessible to business leaders.
I don't disagree with anything you said there. So we're there with that. What about, have you guys released any news or anything? What do you got going on around the show?
Yeah, so for the last while, we've been focused on really like building a rock solid, workflow and tooling to basically like set the premise of that next generation composable CI/CD vision. We've fed that data into Dora Metrics. You can now report on Dora Metrics in real time, save those reports, share them with whoever, one-on-ones, retros, kind of up to you. And we're starting to experiment with some data science, but something that's really exciting that we just kind of put into production last week, we haven't really officially announced, so I guess this is a first, is we've released our first kind of AI.
You heard it here first.
Yeah, it's heard it here first. Our first AI feature set, which is AI code review. And what we're doing is we're letting teams start with these sort of base models for how they can leverage AI in the code review process to get developers' feedback earlier. But then we want them to be able to do is enhance that model to really customize it to their preferences on their own kind of hardware, to customize those models to take into consideration their own specialized requirements and obviously protect the proprietary information that's so core to their beliefs. So we launched that into production, announcing it here first.
Really?
And we're looking
Very
for
cool.
early adopters who can kind of test it out and help us stress test it and figure out how do we further enhance the context of that model with some of the information that is derived in these Dora metrics as well.
So here we're talking to this camera. Developers out there, you're looking for them to kick this around a little bit, kick the tires.
That's right, yeah.
How did they do it?
You're a developer and you're interested in how AI can support your CI/CD workflow, specifically code review, come over to CTO.ai, sign up, send a message. I'd love to talk to you personally, software developer myself, and I'd love to hear what you think are the limitations, the hesitations, and more importantly, like, how do you think we can enhance this with other use cases? Because I think there's a whole exciting set of use cases for AI in software delivery that is going to help software developers.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
you know, I had this conversation in an earlier interview today. Look, for people who aren't tech, you show them, an AI interface and some of the kind of parlor tricks it could do, and they think it's magical.
Yes. Arthur C. Clarke.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, we know it's not magic. It's just putting one word in front of the other or one, But there are some uses that AI really shines for. So it's not meant to replace Google search, nor is it meant to replace software developers.
No.
But it can empower software developers to be 10x more effective. And one of the ways it can teach you to code, right? You can put code in there and say, explain it to me.
Yep.
It could review code.
Yes.
Right? So either it's writing code or it's reviewing code. You shouldn't have it doing both, probably. But
it's true.
Right. But if it's using it for review, what a great use of the technology.
Yeah. We've seen that, like, the number one thing that slows down time to market in feature sets for developers is waiting for code review. And while I'm not sure that it'll be the same thing as you and I pair programming and getting into the nitty-gritty details, if we can make sure that every developer can get a code review instantly just by adding a label, and then we can tailor the quality of that code review with more context that is supported by how the team thinks about quality. I think this is an important example of how we can accelerate the needs of developers and the developer experience with AI that still leaves all the control in the hands of the developer to decide, is this rational, is this a hallucination, is this the appropriate time? But the feedback loop that we can get from this is, I think, a really great beachhead and why we chose to start there.
Absolutely. And we'll see. I don't think we scratched the surface yet on how we're going to use AI, but this is certainly a real definitive first step that I see us going with, right?
I think so, and I think the call to action for other software vendors out there is to think about like re-instrumenting what they're offering to prepare for this, because I think there's a necessary hesitance around AI. I think, rightly so. It's but if we can, think about how we can take control of it, how softwares can take control of it. Software engineers are perfectly suited to be some of the first stewards of these problems, just like we see AI in code generation. I think the next natural step is to support it within code review, and then we'll start looking at how smarter deployments, smarter rollbacks, and obviously operations can be enhanced with AI, and this place is a perfect example of people trying to solve that problem.
Absolutely, absolutely. And here's the other thing. I've been in technology a long time. You don't put these genies back in their bottles.
Right.
Once they're out, they're out. And so, like it or not, they're here. And I think you could, if you can't beat them, join them.
Yeah. You can't stop Moore's Law. I mean,
no,
this is
you're not.
The
You're
that
just
the world's
not going to stop it. That's the way it is. It's great stuff, man. I love the attitude.
Yeah,
I love
you.
having you on here. CTO.ai. Again, if you're looking to help Kyle out, kick the tires on this AI code review product they got coming on, it's fantastic.
Yes.
So let's check it out.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right. Hey, Kyle, enjoy the rest of your KubeCon. CTO.ai, wrapping up day 2 in Chicago at KubeCon. We're going to be here tomorrow morning. I think we're on at 10. We're only here till 2 tomorrow because it wraps early tomorrow. But we'll be back with a full load. We hope you've enjoyed today. On demand is available at Techstrong.tv. And so if you missed anything, do check it out. This is Alan Schimmel. We're out.